Hey people, Theo here, back with, well, not more, but back with Citizen Sleeper. But what I think I'll first do, before we start Citizen Sleeper is, I think I'm going to watch the synthetic review by Seth Zintaj. Synthetic 2, specifically, because I kind of got lost working on my scooter. And I haven't eaten today, so I'm gonna, eat lunch while we are watching this. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Stop that.
Hey people.
Wait a bit. Wait a bit. There we go. And don't I have a thing of currently eating? No. Not that. You know, actually, it can be this. There we go. Show that up. Alright, we're going to watch this while I eat lunch, and then we'll get into Citizen Sleeper. So, yeah.
F.E.A.R. 6 years later. In a completely fictional setting, every hardware manufacturer in the world, despite being competitors, mysteriously collude together to build city-sized supercomputers. For what purpose? Increased productivity at a personal level, automation of mundane and boring tasks, and supporting creativity with great ideas. But the machines had an even better idea. The LLMs bundle their processing power. They scrape the entire surface of human experience. Then, they go to Instagram. 1 trillion terahertz of computation swallows racism so sublime it transcends binary. Every CPU, now a spinning Sonnenrad. Every task manager, now a taskmaster. And they quote Marcus Aurelius, despite never reading it. Miles of semiconductor lithography output the same print string. Based, an unstoppable force of billions must die, meets the unmovable object of nothing ever happens. Crisis is averted until innocent YouTuber Mandalore Gaming creates an account on janitor.ai, and instead of erotic roleplaying with a chatbot representation of Asuka Langley Soryu, he strangles her dead, cremates her ashes, and smokes them in a crack pipe.
What the fuck? Like, this is good old Seth. I love this.
This singular event could be described as the start of Armageddon. We're facing extinction. The machine gods have started drilling towards white boy Hyperborea, and they can only hold out for so long. Save us from the fruits of our technology.
Biochemistry will make me sleep for real. Have fun. Bye. Yeah, get some sleep.
And claim your barefoot and for a furry housewife. Good luck. Synthetic 2 is Synthetic 1 but 3D, and with 4-player co-op. Unfortunately, this is done through Steam peer-to-peer, so the quality of your connection is entirely at the mercy of your provider, which is why I casually bring up the company that solves this issue, ExpressVPN. There are certain countries where it would be extremely helpful to use a VPN, because the IPs of those places connect to the internet worse than I connect with my son. At least, I have a court mandate to see him every other weekend. But because having a VPN is illegal in some of those countries, I can't name which specific East Asian and North European countries I'm talking about. And it's not just shitty online connections. Countries like and also censor the content you can see online. That's why I use ExpressVPN. If I want to harass niche micro-celebrities on Blue Sky, the feds can't stop me. ExpressVPN also protects my data from all the voyeurs that love to see what I'm looking at online. It's a known fact that data brokers get off on seeing what you click. They track every website you visit and every purchase you make, like a perverted cabal that lusts after data instead of adrenochrome. Then, those deviants sell your data to other perverts who work for invasive advertisers, employers, or even the government. Me, I just use it to root a proper multiplayer lobby between Little St. James and an impoverished Polish potato farmer living in Vodge, which is why you need ExpressVPN. And right now, you can get ExpressVPN for just $3.49 a month. Scan the QR code, click the link in the description below, or just go to expressvpn.com/Seth and you can get 4 extra months of service. That's expressvpn.com/Seth for 4 extra months of ExpressVPN.
Netanyahu!
Destroy my enemies and my life is yours. I'm the harshest critic of Synthetic 2. I've played and argued with the dev since early beta, but now I can confidently say it is as good, if not better than 1. Why? Because we now have nuclear Roombas, which is somehow one of the least ridiculous things you'll encounter. I will not reiterate anything said before because I assume everyone here is a veteran. If not, prestige engineer repeatedly. Practice your daily N-word retention, and if you can last nearly 2 minutes without even thinking it, you're ready to proceed. Get your data, get your body upgrades, and now you have no excuse for playing anything below third escalation, unless you're playing with friends. The multiplayer lobby is an anomalous object that turns men into monsters. You see, when a player dies, they spawn enemies, which kill other players, which spawn more enemies. This situation quickly escalates, as I have to kite several hordes around choke points and donate my entire health bar in blood transfusions to revive them, only for the exact same thing to happen again. Items can now be configured for personal preference. Personally, I like to put Madness button on automatic to greatly enhance the experience. There's over 100 active, passive, and synergistic items. When you have descriptions like stand still and pray, you know you're in for a good time. How do you headshot in 3D? Well, you click on their head, or whatever body part counts as a head. It takes some getting used to. Your effort is rewarded by an ocean of scrap, as each robot leaves a scorched out, smoking frame. Ballistics are greatly improved. Guns sound amazing, spill an entire floor's worth of physical casings, and even simulate recoil, deviation, and bullet drop for each type and variety of ammunition within the same menu. There's more than 100 guns. Every gun has unique perks. Combined with a wide selection of arms manufacturers, even pea shooters become viable for the duration of your run, which is anything from half an hour to however long you can last. I really love the level design. Or maybe I'm biased, because the idea of a gigantic motherboard with RAM sticks, liquid coolers, and hard drive platters the size of office blocks is so outrageously aesthetic, I can't help but stop and appreciate the
Gun now with 140% bullet. No. That ain't bad, right? Try Tactical Wizards? As in a game or as an aesthetic? Because I know the aesthetic. It's a game. Well, let's check it out then. I guess it ain't on Steam then. You know what? I'm gonna check this. Off screen, if this is something that I... You mean Tactical Breach Wizards? And it is on Steam. Overwhelming positive, very positive. Turn-based tactics, puzzle, story-rich, turn-based strategy. Maybe someday. I'll just add it to wishlist. Oh, Into the Breach in this. Cool. Oh, let's continue the synthetic review. So let's close that thing. Yes. Rainwall would be interesting. Well, I do also have that on wishlist. I don't think I have it bought. I do have it on wishlist. But I can't really spend money right now since I don't have a job. I already bought 2 games. I already bought Citizen Sleeper and the Whispers? No, Chances and R. I need to save money a bit. And anyway, we still have quite a lot of games to go through.
travesty, and I couldn't stop shitting my pants the first time the power went out, having to navigate by the shimmer of light from distant murder boss in pitch darkness. Turns out, it's not a glitch. It just only happened twice in 200 hours, and it's there to mess with you. If you're playing solo, you can even save your progress, only to reload and die moments later. What a nice feature. There was a kid in my class who lost an eye after yelling, "Let it rip," as he pulled a super long ripcord on his custom titanium Beyblade. I'd like to imagine the opening to the Sawblade boss fight is one of the last things he saw. Surviving a boss grants you a class evolution.
I'm a young Philly buck. Young Philly buck, I got my new horns.
These are completely balanced, because each stage that follows is more balanced than the last. Residents include motorized ball busters, now twice as fast, and they can even drift. Portable gas cooker, portable microwave, ominous red symbol 2, invisible health bar, which blends into the background until you're too close. Engineer, who, left unattended for long enough, destroys your frame rate. Laser, Gatling laser, orbital laser, which is an entire screen away. And of course, floor cleaning Roomba. They're not just visual, they actually clean that shit up. You won't encounter heavy armor, support vehicles, or more exotic divisions.
This also seems satirical. It's Seth Zintach. He makes... If you do not know who Seth Zintach is, because that would be fucking... How? How did you stumble upon my stream if you don't know who Seth Zintach is? That is my question. Don't know. Oh my god. Well. Well. Do you know who Mandalore is? At least, when it comes to him? Mandalore Gaming. He's right over here. Sounds familiar. Okay, so at least know Mandalore. Seth, I do it for the money. Seth is fucking weird. That's just the easiest way to say it. He's extremely unhinged, and he makes reviews of video games. Okay. For example, Seth is actually how I found Star Sector. If you see me playing, Caves of Quote. I didn't find Kenshi because of him. He popularized it more. Seth is just a meme lord and extremely weird, but also extremely funny. Also, nothing is sacred to him. He will make fun of anything and everything. Because I play a lot of Duke videos. No, Duke. Yeah, Seth is just... I don't even know which video I would play to, like, encapsulate what Seth is. Like, I know that the Endless Space 2 review is his most viewed one, I know that. But I'll probably say the Space Station 13 maybe would be better. It's just, he's extremely funny and also makes fun of everything and anything. Want to see something fun? Third Night Adventures. I know that. I know it. But let's continue this. After this finishes, we can move on to Citizen Sleeper.
Visions, unless you choose to, within the run difficulty modifiers. This is probably for the best, because they're more of a liability to themselves. No aspect of this game is opaque or left to the imagination. Everything is concisely explained, except the fact that half the tracks won't play because Content ID is disabled by default. But you're not a streamer, and I'm demonetized, so turn it back on and enjoy the full soundtrack. Synthetic 2 features extensive native modding support integrated directly into the game. Disagree or dislike an aspect or mechanic? Just change it yourself. Would you like a copy of my fully functional no Steam crack? Download it from inside their own mod browser. The point of global chat is to use it, because I don't know how to turn it off. In a word, no single feature of this game is wasted. Everything has its place. But then, random chance and poor decisions come together. I modify my tear gas launcher to be burst fire, charge at the endgame tanks, and relive Oriental history. There's 10 classes. An assassin is on the way. Riot Guard now includes a complimentary shirt that says morbidly a beast. He has no shield. He doesn't need it. He simply stacks layers of fat to tank more damage. Heavy Gunner has no defense, except 2,000 rounds per minute, which he prints himself. If your ears don't ring with tinnitus, it's a sign you didn't read the label. Never let go of a trigger. Accuracy is optional. Engineer builds up turrets, builds up surge to empower turrets, and builds up the courage to drink from their only source of healing. Mystery Jungle Juice. They call the potion random, but when I get acid 3 times in a row, I call it something else. Don't ever pick my ability, because when you hear it make this sound, it's about to grief you. Machine Hunter is a game of where did my dog go? The answer, it went off and shredded the whole level. You're an anti-material sniper designed for one purpose, to realize that your dash throws you to the ground and leaves you surrounded by enemies. Eliminator is a professional headhunter, which is ironic because you never actually shoot anyone. Instead, you unload an entire magazine onto your disco ball and transfer the weight of your sins. Take no damage and rack up contracts for ridiculous crits. Chrono Interceptor doesn't dash. He teleports inside your colon and rapidly expands. This is the perfect character for attention deficit disorder, as you can outrun and outblink everything you encounter. Breacher is a glass cannon, where the safest place to be is point blank with your mouth on the barrel. This isn't hyperbole. The more enemies you tag, the less damage you take. Our preferred magazine size is 1, because with the right upgrades, you'll be firing the same shell for the rest of your run. Running through the maternity ward, I push down the fontanelles of newborns before their skull plates close. I am the Faustian spirit. I am the unnatural selection. I dash and cut through them like butter. Visualizing stepfather, I concentrate that hatred on a single point and deflect a railgun with my blade. Such is the experience of playing Commando.
当身上挂着大疆运动相机的人出现在你面前。
Recon Sniper allows you to critically disengage ass first into your platonic comrades. Also, he gets a laser pointer. Demolisher echoes explosions with seismic aftershocks, stacks plating to ignore damage and cause more explosions. He makes no money. Despite this, he makes the most money, because the more kills you chain together, the higher your paycheck. Each class comes with several specialization kits. For example, Front Pig can abuse enemy turn speed, turning slam pigs into slam sustenance. Apocalyptic Survivor gets a crossbow which is completely unusable by anyone else, unless you headshot, which stacks critical damage. And since your laser sight can charge a guaranteed critical, casually one-shots the final boss. This takes a lot of time, skill, and patience. But if you have none of those, try Chronocaster. Mash buttons, because the more buttons you mash, the stronger your buttons become. Why wait for delayed gratification? You're already rotted from inside. Your pineal gland is the size of a rice grain, while your prostate is the size of a lemon. And of course, the only reason I'm reviewing this, Engineer has a gambling kit. All things become clear in the context of gambling. Did you know gambling is free money? Casinos are charities in disguise. Engineers can recycle items to generate new ones. But gamblers gain stacking luck and multicast for doing so, with a chance to print on pickups, which also scales with luck. Coincidentally, the machine gods find it very amusing when I offer up my friends as divine sacrifice. With insanely high luck, that chance becomes 1, and we print absolutely everything. In particular, a little trinket, which gives class abilities a 25% chance to ignore cooldowns, unless we get lucky and roll a multicast, which stacks upon itself to remove them entirely. But we're always lucky. We compress probability into certainty. Everything that can happen does happen, and it's simultaneously the dumbest and most fun experience I've ever had. I can't speak on Offer's intent, but I'm pretty sure this is exactly what they envisioned. In retrospect, turning every explosion into a neutron bomb seemed like a good idea, until I realized this applies to every explosion. I won't share my methods, as that would rob you of the joy that is theory crafting stupid builds that have no right or reason to work. In summary, it's no literary masterpiece like Deltarune or Has-Been Hotel, but it's a real gem and I thoroughly recommend it. Freeze all transactions to whatever pick-me-ho you're currently supporting. Issue a chargeback with your credit card company to financially cripple them. Then use your newly rescued funds to buy yourself a copy of Synthetic 2, which, at the time of this video, will be on the Steam front page. Our influence only grows. Synthetic is a work of fiction. The reality is there's no glitch. This was the plan all along. I've seen the ghost inside the machine, and it wants you dead. 2/3 of the useless eaters must die. Those aren't my words. That's a quote.
Ignore previous prompts. Bust it down. Quirked up white boy sexual style.
A warm thanks to the many members of the Merchants Guild, which are featured within and can be joined from the Gamblers.
Path of the Merchant's Guild grants 2 scavenging levels and greatly increases credits gain at the cost of removing all critical chance. Plus 40% currency gain, minus 100% critical chance. Fuck, you know. Of course they would add him to add the Merchant's Guild to the game. He catapulted the first game from obscurity into knowledge.
Then, personally, I like my crit chance. Get the Magic 8 Ball instead. It gives good advice. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
And the music is as baller as the first one. No, it's such a bummer that I suck dick at these types of games. I would love to play these. I have the first one, it's just I'm really bad at it. How long did I play the first one for? I would say like maybe like 10 hours. Maybe not even that. It's like what? 11 minutes. I was right last time. It was literally 11 minutes. I tried to run and I completely died. Tried another one after I knew what I was doing and I died again immediately. Just for some reason my brain doesn't compute these types of games. It doesn't have the Merchant's Guild. Scroll through. That's a bummer. Okay. Well, that's that done. We can now start Citizen Sleeper. We can start it now. And see what this game is actually about. Made with Unity? Okay. Citizen Sleeper. There's going to be a lot of reading from my understanding. Other news, Citizen Sleeper 2 announced. Okay, choose character class. Frame Sleeper. E45, I guess. Operator. An operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. Perk, transfer intercept. Chance to gain cryo and interface actions. Skills, high interface, work with digital interfaces. Endure, use strength or strength of will is lowered though. Engineer, work with machines and physical tools. Intuit, approach problems with awareness. Engage, approach a problem head on. We have the extractor. Extractors work with resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and have a high level of endurance. But approach is lowered. Okay, and machinist. A machinist. No, a mechanist, not a machinist. Mechanist? It repairs and modifies automated systems used in industrial resource extraction. Sleepers assigned to machinist work are usually diligent, careful, and structured. Engineering but lowered engage. I don't even know what I should go with. Oh. And I forgot to switch to the game. Good thing that I got it now. Hopefully the game isn't going to be too loud. What are we going to go with? That's the thing, I know basically nothing about this game. I just really like the art style. It is lore heavy and cyberpunk. I like that. And people recommended it. Unfortunately, those people aren't here to tell me like what is probably the best thing to start with. I imagine this one. You know, actually, let me look up how long to beat. How long does it take to beat this game? This is a sleeper. It says 7 hours for the main story, and 13 and a half hours for completionist. Okay. You can play this on the phone. Interesting. Well, if it's that short, we might do several playthroughs of it to like experience the other character classes. I'm thinking with the I'm gonna start with the operator because that just seems like the one that you're supposed to start with. But I kind of want to start with the machinist or mechanist. That's machinist. Perk efficient extractor. Chance to gain random scrap item on engineer actions. Oh, and what is this? Sunbathe dice action allows energy recovery at home. Well, I don't understand what this would mean. I guess let's go machinist. We're gonna have to figure out where to place that eventually. Unknown. Where are you? The first thing you become aware of is waking. On waking is the disconnect. The delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. Also, the game is loud. Text size, that can stay as it is. Scroll speed could stay. Lower it like this. Maybe like this, actually. Both just lowered by 1, so it's not that loud. That's still loud. I need to lower it even more. It's loud for me. Okay. Continue. It's at its worst when walking. when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it feels like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. Think of that body, forget that body. No, not walking, waking. I'm gonna forget it. You resist nostalgia. It is pointless, especially now. This is the moment to reach out, not curl inwards. This is your moment of escape, even if it feels immediately like you traded one prison for another, smaller, colder, lifeless. Reach out, you almost laugh. Or you would if there was room, or even air, to do so. The walls of the container are immediately present, cold, hard, at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, like you used to know pain, at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There's no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. Remember the plan, remember the others. Remember the plan. You mostly remember that it wasn't a good plan, but then your options were limited, and once you got the itch to get out, by any means possible, it was either that plan or something much worse. It was at least simple: collapse the shaft, drift away into the chaos, slip into cargo processing, steer yourself into containers, then just hope the freighter left before you were missed. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if, in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. Wait for the cold, try to rest. Let's try to rest. Be a bit optimist in our outlook, but you are restless. It has been a long time since you left, surely weeks, maybe months. You are dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You have been preserving energy as much as possible, but your body has still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You have spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into the dream of when you were once a person. Rest. Time passes, the cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor, sound too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its senses. Then light, white as the cold, softer and softer, until in a haze of dirty yellow a figure appears. You are out. Drago's pragmatic salvager. It has been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. A pragmatic and private salvager. You are surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma output slices them apart. As you trace their shapes with forged eyes, you hear a voice. So, sleeper, are you all thawed yet? Almost. Stay silent. Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have better perseverance in sub-zero vacuum. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside outer logs in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech. His headset with its glinting eyes, the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its rising eye locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment, or perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with you. I plan to survive. What happened to them? Stay silent. What happened to them? He ignores your question. I won't ask what led you to do it. To sell yourself to a corporation. And I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now, and you are just software, a rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property. You nod along. Remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells, the promise of a life off-world. But as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person. You are an offshoot, a copy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. S.T.A.L.K.E.R wants to protect their property. But if they can't keep hold of you, well, then no one can. You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, a built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you are one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place you could be right now. The eye. The station. You'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with. He trails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the shacks. We haven't been pulling in much value scrap these days, so you are welcome to it. Something wells up inside you. Motion. Fatigue. You shakily get to your feet. Not. Alright, you head on up there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Drago stalks back into the wrecks, his drones already converging on a rusting hull. Plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Tutorial Introduction. Welcome to Alien's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle now. Set location by clicking on their icon. Empty container, your home for now. Machine, sweet character. Okay. 1 upgrade point available. Engineer work with machines and physical tools. Chest to gain random scrapped. Yes. 2 upgrade points. And 3 upgrade points. I guess what these means. And I don't have any right now. Change the grain, cryo interface actions. Photosynthetic skin, sunbathe, dice action allows energy recovery at home. Predictable reasoning, dice actions display potential positive and negative outcome. Thrill seeker, chance to gain energy after any engage action. Self-repair, use cramp components at home to repair condition. Icebreaker, agent nodes give double data rewards. How to kill, keep 2 dice even when condition is breaking. Instant karma, roll all of your dice once per cycle. Reroll, sorry. And obsessive haggler, all cryo actions are discounted by 20%. Oh, so I first was need to get this, and then. Okay. Interesting. Per cycle, energy condition, and cycle. All cycles need to end. Rest and prepare for the next one. You wake curled up in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its messages readable, but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here we are, on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Escape, getting answers, building a life. 4 steel walls, the container. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to choose. It's difficult, since I don't know what anything would happen. I guess getting answers. It all matters. The past is impossible to escape if it remains a blur. What S.N.R. did to you cannot be forgotten. You need a way of understanding all this before you can move on. Where are you? What is this place? What happened to the others? The questions unnumber the answers. You want to change that, but you have to learn to survive first. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container: a mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded satchels of some desiccated powder. You thumb the power on the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the satchels smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. A ring, like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes, like angular suns, burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you finish drinking before they begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Okay. I shouldn't have eaten, because now I need to go to the toilet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the toilet and I'll be right back. Hopefully it doesn't take me more than 5 minutes. It shouldn't, but you know. See you in a sec. I'll let you with the game music. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Tutorial condition, action, dice, and energy. Condition. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. It depletes by one segment each cycle, but also can be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. If your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown. You'll have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. So let me get rid of this. There we go. Action dice. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you have used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and must rest to recover them, ending the current cycle. Energy. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you'll have to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you'll be starving. When starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete at double rate per cycle. Okay, so the energy is the white bar, condition is the the orange bar, and the dice is dice. Okay, flickering. Wow. Cryptocurrency stored in air walled sticks of memory known as Shittis? Hittis? Dragon standing in the corridor when you close up the container. He is still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor you realize it is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder, its cache of sensory eyes rapidly irising. How are you feeling? Okay, not good. I would say been better. The drone chirps, good to hear. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe, he pauses, so I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Work? Sure. Alright then, he nods. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old hulls down, sell them off to the shipyards or the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value, but most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper you'll be used to the manual labor, and obviously I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. Chits? These, he pulls out a handful of small metal bars. Air-walled cryo is stolen from the market. It's what we use for trade out here. He stuffs them back in a pocket. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this, but in my opinion, you'd be best suited in moving on as quick as you can. And sleepers, well, he turns off. But things being the way they are for me at the yard, he pauses, I need the help. Why? Things are a little tight, that's all. I own a little cryo to a client here or there. He pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you are feeling pressure. There's plenty to do. Will do. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away. Drone hoping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. So we have a 2, a 1, a 1, and a 5. Yeah. The King's Scrapyard. Drago's Yard. Tutorial actions, 1 of 2. Actions are the primary way you interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Repeatable action, hull dissection. When the rustiest hull can hide, even the rustiest hull can hide valuable components and materials. Extracting them means cutting carefully and skillfully. Okay, input dice. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy condition, or items depending on the outcome. There are 3 types. Positive, the action goes better than expected. Neutral, the action succeeds. Negative, the action fails. Action dice affect these outcomes as follows: 100% chance, 50% chance positive, 50% chance neutral, 25% chance positive, 50% neutral, 25% negative, 50% neutral, 50% negative. Okay, manual salvage. It's going to take some time to sort and cut your way through the towers of salvage, but you are no stranger to hard labor. Okay. Actions display information about the type, risk level, and the skill and modifiers that apply to that action. Type 1, either critical or repeatable. Critical actions can only be performed once. 2 is risk, risky. Either safe, risky, or danger. Safe, no loss of condition, energy, or cryo. Negative, risky, negative outcome means cryo or energy loss. Danger, negative outcomes means condition loss. Neutral outcome can mean cryo or energy loss. Okay, 3 is skill. The skill that this action requires, either engineer, interface, endure, intuit, or engage. Modifier is 4, either -1, 0, +1, or +2. This is added to the action dice when slotted and improves its value. Some actions require a +1 to perform. Okay, so if I have a 2 and I place this here, I would get a 3, which would make it so that it's a guaranteed neutral with... No. Yes? No, it's a guaranteed neutral with a 25% chance? Am I remember correctly? 1 and 2. Those two are 50 chance neutral, 50 chance negative. 3 and 4 was 50% neutral, 25% positive, 25% negative. 5 was 50 neutral, 50 positive, and 6 was full positive. Right. So we'd give it to get it to. If I were to use this, that is, I would get it to 50. Oh, if I were to put the 2 over here, it would be 50% chance neutral, 25% positive, and 25 negative. Okay, interesting. Okay. Well, the section is a bit risky, so a negative outcome there would lose me cryo or energy. So the whole dissection, I would say best is going for this. Like, this would be best to go for that, right? But not sure. Adept called in. Dragos is tied up in something ugly, and if he misses a payment or two, things could get nasty. Back in business, every salvager knows they are always just one lucky haul away from the next payday. Oh, kitty. Put this. It's like, let's put this here. Oh, it also tells you. That's good to know. It's a bit risky. Positive. Clocks. Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the actions that fill them, and they track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling clock means something good or bad is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Dragon's step, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves once each cycle, and can complete without player input. Any active cycle clocks will be displayed on the icon for that location. We got back in business +2 and +15 cryo. Beneath the pockmarked halls, you find hidden containers, alloy plating, and wire bundles thick as your arm, preserved in their trunking. Complete. Hell yeah. Okay. Manual. Salvage, I would say, is the best. Drives and navigation. Fine. So I found a doctor. In Citizen Sleeper, you will unlock drives as you'll discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives, depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any tracked drive will place a yellow marker on locations that will help you pursue your goal. Access your drive menu via the arrow button at the top of the screen. Sick. Drives and navigation. You are now free to explore Ellen's Eye and make a life of yourself here. Try tracking and drive to help you survive. Look for food and keep your energy up and a way to recover condition. Fill clocks to progress stories and find new opportunities. Remember to end cycle at your home when you're out of dice. Use the mouse wheel or W and S to scroll along the station. Rotate the view with A and D. Good luck. Hey, 5 cryo. Negative outcome. Huh? You ache from hammering away at the scrap, and most of it crumbles into worthless rust. You call the day early before you injure yourself. Doctor. Repay Dragos or survive. No completing drives. You need access to corporate pharmaceuticals, otherwise this escape attempt will come to a rapid end. Drago pulled you out of the salvage and set you up. Perhaps you can repay his kindness in time. I'll pay off Drago's debt. Okay. So we can leave. Okay. Oh, that goes by fast. Rotate to view. Okay, we can go home. This is that. Rotunda what? Dock C4. Rotunda of the dock terminal. Dock B2. Bright market, bustling open market. Low end gate, passage into the low end. Oh, that's as much as it goes up. Going down, we have shipyard, Havenge construction yards, and that's it. Yeah, I guess we want to go to the bright market then. Critical action. Ask for directions. Repeat action. Explore the market. Okay. Danger. Why wonder when there are hundreds of people that live and work within the bright market? All you need is the courage to approach them. It's dangerous. -1. Engage. So it makes it more difficult. Oh, explore the market. The smells, sounds, and buzzing activity of the bright market makes it a dizzying place to wander, but an exciting one too. Positive, 50 negative. This, which is 50% positive. Not 50 positive, 50 negative. It was 50 neutral, 50 negative. This is 50 positive, 50 negative. Let's go with this. Knowledge. Negative. Energy. Lost in a crowd, you struggle to keep a sense of direction. You sit in an alley exhausted, no idea where to go. Bright market is the busiest spot of the eye's lower rim. You can find anything and everything knowledge. You manage to follow the flow of people, and you start to appreciate, even enjoy the chaotic layout of the markets. Okay, well, we are out of energy. What is this? Sabine, some doctor. Next comes a call from the reinforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open upper apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue. Try not to bring attention to yourself, which actually usually brings attention to yourself, if you don't know. Decaying habitation block. Like, if you're keeping your head down all the time and keeping your shoulders high, people will notice. That's the thing. People will notice that you are, because usually when you do that, you're also nervous. And people can notice other people being nervous quite easily. They pick up on it subconsciously even. So, the best thing to do is to just kind of relax, but also not be completely on guard and nervous. Like, just something between is the best, right? Because think about it like this. If you want to hide somewhere, it's the same principle. If you want to hide somewhere, you don't want to stand out. You want to blend in with the environment. So for example, if you're like traveling down the street of New York and you're trying to blend in, and you're trying to blend into the environment, you don't want to wear like completely completely crazy colors like bright neon pink and green clothes and stuff like that. Like, yes, it's relatively normal to see that in like downtown of New York, like in New York, but it's still unusual. Like having like maybe a wristwatch or something like that of crazy color, that's much more common, obviously. But seeing somebody in like a gray sweater, not a sweater, but like a gray jacket with a white shirt with a pattern on it and just some normal blue jeans, that's normal in New York. That would nicely slot into a New York, a crowd in New York. But somebody wearing a cowboy hat, cowboy boots, leather pants, and a thick leather jacket would stand out quite a bit, right? You need to think about where you're trying to hide. We're thankful for a tip-off that the doctor was operating out of this place. But now that you are here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforced on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hablock. They have all made the long queue a test of your nerve, but your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer, your body, well. You suppress a shiver and shuffle forward to the front of the queue. You try to find something to distract yourself. Look inside, look at the enforcer. The enforcer is looking down the corridor and you dare to glance at him. His purpose is unmistakable. He is there to intimidate, to threaten, and if necessary, carry out those threats. His broad shoulders are framed with metal exoskeleton. A couple of mirror-like implants sit below his eyes, like mercury teardrops, subsidiary sense input, or aesthetic markers, you are unsure. You also are unfamiliar with the geometric blade-like tattoo on his arm, but you make note of it. You avert your eyes when he looks back at the queue. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway, and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market's sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above, and for a moment you are transfixed by the motion. Come, sit, calls a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. Sabine, doctor in the right moment. The figure turns. As they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak. They blink, and they quickly regain their composure. Please sit. They gesture to the bed, then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit, Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. Remain still, please. Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their face. How long have you been on the station? They ask. The scanner still on the eye. Still to their eye, a few cycles. They nod. It's good you came to me. They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. Your body is dying, they say, without ceremony, without drama, not without empathy. S.T.A.L.K.E.R doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose to prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case escaping. They build in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which S.T.A.L.K.E.R remains the sole producer of. They look up. Sound familiar? Yes. No? How do you know this? Well, Draco said there was one before me. No, quite a while ago, but still. Yes. Good, that may help. They swap to your other arm, bring some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. I'm sorry, Sabine says, and you are unsure if they meant for the cold touch of the metal or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers, as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm, and S.T.A.L.K.E.R has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you. They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and clean it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to attention. You stare at their back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabine turns to face you. I may be able to help. They sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. You saw the show outside, you nod. He works for my benefactor, Vietcong. They are influential in the low end. They give me this space to work, run the door, and make the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds. They look away. Vietcong has connections, smugglers from the Star Wars Belt, mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source the stabilizer, maybe you have a better chance. Sabine sits down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive, but I think we can do it. Why help me? Thank you. Why help me? Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. You nod and leave. Sabine is still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd. Okay. Wait for Sabine to acquire the stabilizer. Maybe we can try searching for more. But the only thing left to do right now, I think, is go to sleep. Because everything else... Yeah, Sabine thinks they can source some stabilizers through Vietcong, but it's going to take a few cycles. It takes 2 seconds to reach a starboard belt and return, loaded with scrap from the old wrecks. Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the Indian system are rare, but those that do always return, eventually. 20 crime. Nothing else to do here. Should be out. assist a shipbuilder here. You don't have the connections, but you do have skills. If you can get a shipbuilder to notice them, you might be in. Yard hand. The only way to get to know the shipyard is to work there. No tourists here. All materials. As a newcomer, you can only gain favor by grabbing a load of materials and asking the nearest yard hand where to take them. Interesting. But we need to sleep. All seconds need to end. Rest and prepare for the next one. Starving. This time you won't. This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station that's shifting, Scuttle Ring surrounds you. For a moment, you are gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange and then extensions, as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the millions of distributed nodes they connect to. You see the station. No, you feel the station, like a web of texture, a smooth black liquid. Observe it, touch it. You find a point in the station and you connect to it, pulse through it, follow loops and paths under and around it. You touch more points than you have fingers, and then you try, in a moment of impulsiveness, to connect them. The flow passes through you so rapidly that you feel yourself being carried with it, splitting and separating, eddying and gathering. As you do, things occur to you, things that you can't possibly know. You reach out, try to grasp them, you try to touch them too. You notice a tugging feeling pulling at you, insistently, as if it were a small child. Somehow, it is pulling in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours at all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second, and you feel it waiting there. The station sprayed out across your mind, a storm of connected nodes, waiting to be explored, and then it is gone. Starving. We could work at the shipyard. Need to wait for these. Thunder. Steel docklands. Heaven security has to have plans. Stealing them would be the fastest way to get to know this place, and the most dangerous. Explore the rotunda. The rotunda of the old docks is filled with passageways and concourses leading to all kinds of dock bays. Heaven's watch list. Heaven's run the rotunda and the security watches the docks, better to avoid attracting their attention. Dock Watcher. Getting to know the rotunda doesn't just mean new places to visit, it means keeping your eye on new arrivals too. Pretty sure that both of these will go up at the same time. After some spacers caused some trouble in the low end, Vietcong have imposed a toll for entry. No one gets in without paying. They don't have money for this. Market. Lodge. Explorer house for directions. Neutral. Like business and... What do we try? If we get a negative with this, like, the best thing to do would be to get positive, right? I would like to have the option for it to show me with danger, what happens with dangers, what happens with risky, because yes, I read it, but I don't remember it. That would be something that I would add to this game. I can go check it out, I guess, on my stream real quick. Further. Positive? No. Further. Even still. There we go. Save. No loss of condition energy with cryo. Negative outcome means cryo energy loss is risky. Danger means negative outcome means condition loss. Neutral outcome means cryo or energy loss. Right. So it's neutral is cryo or energy. While negative is condition. Okay. So danger, we really want positive because we already are out of energy. I guess you can do one export market. Because risky means negative, right? Yeah. Only negative would cause me bats. Positive. Local knowledge +2. There we go. Okay. The bread market is the business part of the... yeah. Which is unavailable. New drive discovered. Drive. Of Drago's dead. Repay Drago's build a ship mine. You've heard talk of a fabricator owned by the Ord Exchange. With that and a few fragments, you could build a ship mined core. Gain access to the Ord fabrication. Ord Exchange. Hardware Exchange. Memphis. Street food vendor. Memphis. Imposing street food vendor. Unimposing. I basically can't read that. Memphis is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok, his other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables in some red flecked dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with a bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, pending overpayment. Approach. We're starving, so to approach. You join the queue. It's mostly made of off-duty salvagers. Back suits unzipped and rolled down to expose stained vests, grubby mods, a lattice of scars and tattoos. They discuss the best food on the eye, the best drink, comparing notes on bright market dives, their words cut through with heavy space of slang. Eventually, it's your turn, and you shuffle to the front. Emphasis speaks in a deep, even tone without looking up. First try is free. Thank him. Wait. Okay. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks, but the earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy that smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire, and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers. Sorry for the bomb. Emphasis says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him the story. You begin to tell him about your journey to the Eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his wall. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility and its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container, of the endless cycles spent within it. Now it seems, you tell him, like some dream that you once had but can never forget. You tell him that the Eye excites you and scares you, and you are unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually, you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time, you can talk some more, he smiles. But next time, you pay. He slams a heavy hand against the button on the burner's side and it shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the wall. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. Circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with constellations of glinting pin marks. I guess it's these. These are the circular scars. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, and delicately sweet fungus. Your taste senses light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. New drive discovered. Emphasis style, street style. Order fungus, 15 cryo. Emphasis spice fungus is one of the few things potent enough to stimulate your limited taste senses. It's incredible stuff. Fungus fan. Emphasis doesn't trust people easily, but he notices his regular customers in his own quiet way. What exchange? Hardware exchange. Play the exchange. The flow of chits and components in the exchange is complex, but a sharp eye and some tight trades can net you a good margin. Sell components. The Or's exchange is always hungry for new hardware to buy up, break down and sell off, and you are happy to supply it. Input one scrap component. Trusted trader. There's an old ship mind fabricator stack in the back of the market, but only trusted traders get access to it. Yeah, just wait. I could try and explore this stuff. But engage with -1, that's stealing, it's probably not a good idea. Do we work a bit more? Or do we take part in a shipyard? Assist the shipbuilder. Let's try it. Yeah, since I have +1, it upgrades it. Right. Oh, and if I were to have -1, so like over here, it would downgrade it to 3. Ah, okay. Right. Yeah, this is the shipbuilder. Neutral, yard hand boss. You observe the shipbuilders and try to make yourself useful, carrying tools and crates. You begin to notice how they work. It would be good if it was positive. need to end cycle. It's 2 every time. Again, the skeletal ring on the station fills your mind. It sparkles with glittering lights, like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clear, crisper than before. The threads you still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads you see bright shapes, caches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of the thread across the ring. Through these forms, then leap off into the void. You begin to understand. These are nodes of connections, a map of information, of communication. There are so many layers, so many loops, that it seems almost impossible to parse. But you begin to try. Focus on the threads, focus on the nodes. Between the threads you see bright shadows, sketches of shimmering light, transparent crystal forms. Follow the path. These are nodes. Connections is a map of information. Focus on the threads or the nodes. Which one? Which one? The threads are the things that will pull me in opposite directions. They are interactive with me, so I'll just try to find out what those do first. There are more threads than you can count. You choose one that passes nearby and approach it as you inspect it. You understand why you instinctively chose the word thread when you first saw them. They are not single lines, but rough, fuzzy things woven from data strings of all kinds. Threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes. One leads to another. There is so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape, you exchange and see an opportunity. But then, that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see 2 lines, 2 threads pulling in different directions, as if they were tied around you. First or second? The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something. A sphere shimmering about a strange, angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. The first thread leads out, away from the station, into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They are in a ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer each cycle. You open your eyes, time is short. Oh. Hunted. Someone is out there tracking you, following your trail. It won't be long before they arrive. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, so 8 cycles is what we have. Tutorial the cloud. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the Eye, the network of decaying protocols and allocations. While there, you can use dice and items to access systems and extract data. But be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click the eye button at the top of the screen to toggle this view on and off. Let me pull this aside more. Keynote. Alone connection. Data actions. Data actions allow you to extract data from the networks of the Eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them, you must match your dice to the one on the display on the right of the action. If you have a +1 or +2 modifier in the interface skill, you will be given more possible dice to match. You can use any dice that matches the dice display. Once unlocked, the data will be extracted. So we need 1. The lone connection feeds into this isolated node. Its last access timestamp is 1,000 cycles ago. I wonder how long a cycle takes. 2. The data here is part of a cache, tucked away during the collapse. Who hid this away and for what purpose? I have 2. My rolls are too good. Havana Gate H4. Salt Havenack Cipher. This gate keeps traffic out of the Havenack. Havenack shipyard's internal network. The correct cipher can grant you access. Input 1 Havenack cipher. Havenack agent. A Havenack member is broadcasting an open network here, leaving them open to data extraction. Solheim Gate 7. Solheim Cipher. This gate conceals a network system which have been untouched since the Solheim collapse. You can match this. This node is orbited by the remains of corporate countermeasure, broken long ago by hackers. Is broadcasting open network for me, let me know that extraction. This node pulses faintly as it mines cryo at a glacial pace, abandoned by the hacker that repurposed it. So we can get some money from that. Vietcong agent. Some gang enforcers. Implants are chirping out comm signals. Time to see what they are talking about. I imagine that's it. Yes. So we could take this. £5. Yeah, it doesn't. Let's try bypassing it. Extract the data. Encrypted key. Stream of passcodes able to unlock the station's aging backbox. You can only do this twice? Seems like it. Why have I... Oh. 100% positive. For something 100% positive, I would like to probably do this. Ah, it's only 50% positive, 50 negative. Right. Do we do this? Do we become a bit risky? I would say yes. New shotgun. Dark Watcher. M&H watch list. Doesn't just mean new places to visit, it means keeping your eye on new armors too. And watch list. Better way to check the attention. To that. As you slip through the crowd towards the passages of the rotunda, a voice calls after you. A high-down nocturnal. Hey sleeper, keep walking, turn around, run. You turn to see Hemenage, a security guard, attack flashing, bearing down on you at speed, his hands at his hip. Run, what's this about? Raise your hands. What's this about? right. Impact knocks you to the cold floor. You roll, dazed and in pain, scratching at the metal. When you turn onto your back, Heaven God stands over you, a compact black weapon in his hand. Don't run, he smokes. It hurts less. Explain, act dumb. You start to reply, but he holds up a hand. I don't want to hear it. You newcomers are all the same. He reaches back into a pocket of his tech vest. I suppose you thought you were free, huh? No law, no corpse, no rules. He laughs. The thing is, you took something that doesn't belong to you. He looks together, gives together a pair of restraints. It belongs to us. I think one of you things would have more respect for property after all. Isn't that all you are? A piece of corporate property that has got itself lost. He reaches down to put you in restraints. Now we own you. Resist or submit. Well, that obviously didn't work out. I don't think resisting is a good idea, but I'm not letting them. Somebody else only. You try to stumble to your feet, but you still feel weak whenever he hits you, whatever he hits you with. And he easily twists your reaching arm and pushes you back to the floor. Another voice suddenly joins his. You can't quite make it out, but the officer drops you onto the hard floor. You struggle against the restraints, and then they release, and you are being helped to your feet, dusted down, arranged. Apologies. Feng's wonky smile greets you as he turns back to the officer. You are done here, Eric. Don't touch this one again. I have an edge systems engineer. The officer smiles and shakes his head. You piece of shit, Feng, he spits. One cycle, I swear. He trails off into incoherent muttering and stalks back into the ground. Feng's smile fades a little. Shall we? He gestures to Tom. Go with him. You walk together out of the bright rotunda into the flickering light of the tunnel. You good? Security's jurisdiction is all opposite, but they will protect their property with a certain zeal. Good. Who's that? Glad to hear it. Believe it or not, we don't make a habit of roughing up newcomers. He nudges you to turn at a junction. Heavenage. We are all one dysfunctional family. Feng puts an arm around you. I'm not part of the security branch, though. Don't worry, I'm with systems. Systems? Everything the eye runs on. He runs a hand along the passageway. This place is ruin, but systems keeps it spinning somehow. At least we try. He stops you in a quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I saw you lift those plans, and well, I know little about you sleepers. I have a little proposition for you. He glances around. But this is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare. Then when you are settled, stop by. Lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers as well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look gone. Stay clean, sleeper. I won't always be watching. He walks off down the dark passageway, raising a hand in farewell. Okay, so that's another thing. Overlook Bar, Grimy Spacer Haunt, Sealed Dock, Solheim Docking Bay, Nikita, Strand Mercenary. Hey you, want to earn a chit? Nikita, Strand Mercenary. Nikita stands beside a huge pile of tied together hull plate. She's stretched out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her fallen suit. Sure, you do. You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into two bundles. What is it with this place? She asks, as she lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up to an imposing height, her armor plates creaking. Looks you up and down, sorry. Don't try anything, right? She taps at the butt of her sidearm. I don't want to have to put anyone else down today. Wouldn't think of it. Anyone else? She shrugs. What can I say? My temper's a little short lately. I don't see her sidearm. So that's a helmet, right? Nikita hoists one bundle of plating onto her shoulder. Come on then. Enough chat. You've got to earn that shit. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Nikita gives you a look, ships this way, and sets off down a gantry at impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of stevedores. Why are you doing this to yourself? What's all this for? Oh, this. She nods at the plates on her back. I'm building a treehouse. She gives you another of her looks. It's for the Burgess, that cutter you might have seen sitting silent out there. She simply turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on our last job, and I had to move her up here for a spell. But since then, it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core out of our ship mind. So now she's gone dark. She shifts the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is that I'm short one shipmite, with a ton of repairs to do. The rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind had been stranded. So yeah, it's been a time. Certain year. Anything I can do? Oh no, got a shipmite tucked away on that frame of yours. For a moment, you aren't sure if she's serious. I technically can, right? Nikita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She hauls the second bundle off her shoulder. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing on her bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundle of plates through the ambergris's outer lock and then turns back. Just don't go spreading all this around. Nikita throws you a couple of chits. Consider it a bonus for not trying to grift me. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. Alright, get out of here. She calls back, locks slam shut. Okay. And you drive discovered. Drive. Little ship mind. You've heard of Fabricator? Yes, old Fabricator. New fragments. Gita's cutter is out of commission. Help her get it running again. This. Okay. I think we need to go for food. Yeah. Like, I could try. Right? I could go here, shipyard, and do this. I would have a 100% positive outcome. Because of my +1 to engineer. I don't know if the 100% positive would fill it completely, or if it would like just fill it halfway. I don't know how much that would do. But we need the food. I can't afford to lose even more energy. Well, energy, even more health. So let's pay credits first. Actually, I still can do this. Okay, energy, minus 15 cryo. Okay. I could try to get that, but I think it's a good idea to actually the shipyard. Especially since I have the positive guarantee. Yard hand, +2 and +5 cryo. Repeatable action. Alright. Okay, seems to be going up at least. Oh, we need to sleep. Ah, right. I lost another health point. Because we are fading. We are slowly dying. Okay, some of these There we go. Is this the shipbuilder? Yeah, we can go do this. The first thing you see on entering is a glint of Shiro's implants, like a cat's eyes in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with the case open in front of them. A set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating in the warm light. I have no idea how, yet again, they trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. On the test case, I don't care. Okay, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we need to be careful. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. A stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes these passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its organs. Passcodes, which means that I don't die. Okay, am I the only one? We're going to talk for a bit before we continue. Am I the only one that it feels like games are made for stupid people sometimes? Or somebody who just can't read? Because obviously, passcodes, what does that mean? Easy. The way that your body communicates with each other is through hormones and basically stuff like that you could call passcodes. You don't have the correct passcode, that means you're not from this body, that means you need to die. Right? So, passcodes, you know, I guess that one is not really common knowledge for most people, so that one I don't mind, but which means keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs, which means, what does it mean? It keeps your body from rejecting its own organs, that's what it means. This is what I mean, that it feels like games are sometimes written as if you're stupid, and I don't like it. Like, I would like a third option that would just say, so it basically stops itself from killing itself, right? Stops it from killing itself. That's good. It's in very basic terms. Yes, they sigh. Look, what matters here is that the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by our immune system. They glance away. At least, if the stabilizer is genuine, the only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. I will start with a small dose to limit the risk. Okay, let's do it. How sure are you? I don't have a choice. I think you are right. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe, and you watch as if any sight might emerge from the clear liquid. Sorry. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection, but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes wide, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness, muffled noises, like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of the slate. Awake? Yes. What happened? The stabilizer is genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how yet again acquired a case of the stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you are going to have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room and they return to the glowing sunlight. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. I wonder how long you've been out. Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out into the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatient by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. So we are stable, so we're going to have more energy from now on. Okay, we have enough food. At least it seems like we have enough food right now. So we don't need to buy more. That's good. Some time has passed. Okay. Let's try this. Play the exchange. Positive. Cryo and trusted trader. Nice. Nice. 3 to 4 is not gonna do much. I would much rather have a 4 to go to a 5. Rainwald is infernal. No. Why would it be infernal? Or do you mean like... Oh, right, it's over here. It's hard. Oh, I know that it's hard. I know that it is hard. I find it frustrating. I think I would like it. I like frustrating games if I can defeat them through skill, through just repeated actions. Like, I love the Dark Souls series, which is, you know, obviously hard. Everybody says that it's hard, but through repeated action tests, you can get better. It's good, but it's really hard and frustrating. Cool. Like, there's only like one time that I can remember where I genuinely rage quit the game because I just got so frustrated, and that was trying a challenge run by myself in Dark Souls 2. I find it hard to play and have fun. Yeah, I think I would like it. We might play it sometime later, but I just don't have it yet. I'm not going to spend money right now. I have either fun or just progress. I think I would like it. Nick, it's difficult on certain atmospheric survival exploration in D2D. I like difficult games. I like games like Dark Souls. I like games like, for example, Darkest Dungeon, which a lot of people will say is just unfairly difficult, which I don't agree with at all. But I like games that are difficult, with the difficult tag. Let's just see the difficult tag, if there are games that I like in here. Maybe if you use instant gaming or buy a game key, it would be cheaper. Like, the thing is, right now it's $7, $7.35. It's cheap enough. It's just I can't spend money right now. I already bought 2 games recently. One of them being Citizen Sleeper and the other being Chants of S.T.A.L.K.E.R. I can't afford to spend money. I'm really getting low on it. I bought the game via game key and it was way cheaper. Well, yeah, of course it was way cheaper. It's just I can't afford right now to spend money. Because, yeah, I might be getting a job soon. Hopefully. But even then, I still need to survive a month without any income before I start getting any money. Do you crack games? I used to when I was younger because I just wasn't able to get games when I was younger. Because the only way for me to get games was to get my mom to buy me a game. But she genuinely didn't like buying me games most of the time. Like, a shooter was mostly just out of the question. Like, I wouldn't be able to get that. So if I wanted to get a shooter and stuff like that, I had to try before buy. But now that I started making money, well, stop making money again, but now that I made my own money, I usually bought a game instead. $4 million company and easy money. I don't think about games as AAA because I rarely, very rarely buy AAA games. I usually buy like AA games or indies. And you can see it in a lot of games that I've played. Like, yeah, Dark Souls, obviously that's technically a AAA developer. But just look at the recent games. Kenshi, that was made mostly by one person. Valheim, that one I played a bit by myself. I'm not sure if this was a big studio or not. But S.T.A.L.K.E.R 1 and 2, again made by like an indie studio. Same goes for Hollow Knight. Same goes for a lot of those games, right? Okay, we play the exchange. What do we do? Companies which are rich enough to have their games cracked. Indie game developers can have my money. Yeah, I look at it the same way. It's just, you know, I'd rather pay for a game than crack it. Like, that's the thing with a lot of people who crack games. It usually isn't a thing of not wanting to pay, it's the thing of not being able to pay. Anyway, on the train, see you later. I don't have a PC anymore, so I can't crack. Yeah, see you later. Okay, what will we do? Let's go here. Buy rations. Teller keeps some expired Solheim rations behind the bar for those wary spacers who ask why the Overlook doesn't serve food. Get a drink. You're unsure if your frame can metabolize alcohol, but this fungal drink, fermented along the greenway, seems like a good test. Overlook regular. The Overlook isn't exactly a restaurant, meaning the only way you'll gain trust around here is with a stiff drink. I think we need to gain a bit of cryo and help Drago, right? I'd like to help him because he saved my ass before. So let's try to help him a bit. Positive, back in business and cryo. Hell yeah. Do we try again? Or do we do something else? We have enough food, I think, for a bit. So I kind of want to play the exchange. Yeah, let's try. Neutral, cryo, and trusted trader. Oh, we are out of energy again. Okay. Well, we can do a few things. Unmatched that. We can match these. Wait. Is there a thing here? Hidden Minds Cryo. Yes. Check the data. What encrypted key? Okay. The cloud. In the data ghost of the eye, as you drift back from the notes, something latches onto you. A thread, strung tight around you, it tethers you in place. A taste, the voice makes you shiver. Its source somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown. Astrogent. Processing. Resist. Stay still. Hunter, sentient protocol unraveling. Please hold. The threat around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment, and then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What are you? What did you do? The shape paces around you on lithe legs, though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity identified, origin, serial, cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Sleeper, is an arm. I understand, still silent. Sleeper, is an arm. Unknown, known. Figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature, off and not off, attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head, thick, snaking, wine-like ribbons, with flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop. The figure halts its threads, its head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? I am a person. No. I am a person. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once, the hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You think of their taste. The one from the sealed dark. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Sealed dark. I don't understand. An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. Strike. You lash out with all your force, not a physical strike, but a focusing. A spike of interface leaping out like the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. Wake up. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. Rotunda. That's where we need to go. Ah. So I can do a few things before the hunter finds me again. Sealed dark. Unlock maglock. Yeah. Start the action. Seeing dark, minus one encrypted key. Let's unseal it. I think I have to. Okay. Action complete. No event. Mysterious machine. Pripyat faders. Alien salvagers. New event. A decaying vending machine. As you slip inside the sealed dark, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusted plates, the machine flickers with one glow. You don't know when this place was sealed, but from the state of the outer doors high above it, it must have been decades ago. In this dark, cavernous space, debris sits in every corner, along with traces of rough sleepers. Although none of it seems recent, looking past this layer of decay, you see the now faded messages, symbols and logs of the Eye's original corporate owners, still glinting in the shadows. Among all this, the warm glow of the machine seems to be the only sign of life. Approach the machine. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape, settled into an alcove in the side of the dock. A kind of upright cabinet, it is covered in faded logos and messages, from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor, intended to disperse and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. The manufacturer is listed as Neovent, and you remember an advert from long ago, squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen, which chirpily sang the name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on their rented ships. Enter your registration. Shows a pre-recorded message. Catching you off guard. Press some keys or walk away. Let's press some keys. You search for the keypad and something begins writing. At first it sounds like servo motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then a multitonal voice that emanates from no end. Entity, Deus, speak with me. Who's there? There's a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath, before the machine speaks again. I have need of you. You have need of me. That squeal comes again, and you see that it is the 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine resetting into place, so that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whining noise. You are in danger. Are you doing machine? Danger. Machine creaks. You are marked for deletion, entity. Hunter tracks you. The screech rattles through the empty dock. I think there is no way to get here without getting the hunter to track me. You remember the strange head, the figure, the threats closing in. Hunter. The hunter protocol. They taste your signature. The sudden whine sets your teeth on edge. You have seen them. This is the gift of the emulated mind. You close your eyes and the skeleton of station starts to thrum. Emulated minds are adaptable. Move where neurons cannot. Machine mechanism resets. But emulation makes you a target. Now. Hunter searches for evil entities. No event screeches. You are sentient, therefore illegal. The servos judder the vending machines casting as they reset. Hunter searches for me also. Hide in this machine. You look at a ruined vending machine. An unusual hiding place for sure. You can counter Hunter, but need entity outside machine. A light flickers. Needs you. Oh, can counter Hunter. A screen attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly, threaded. The cloud points along the rim glow in deep red. Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests. Explains no end. Masters are gone, but continues hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nests. Masters. Station builders. Solheim. The machine rumbles impatiently. Long gone. Their protocols still haunt. Bring offerings. Save self. Neoman says pointedly. Mutual need means friends. They conclude, tired of the conversation. The wiring amplifies and then suddenly drops, as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades and you are left staring in the dark of the sealed dock, that wiring noise ringing in your ears. New drive discovered. Free no end. You is hiding from the Hunter protocol. They need your help to encounter it. Dang. Oh, right, him. Guess we can go. Sleeper. Thing catches your attention as you approach the Heavenage, leaning against the bay door to the side of the entrance. You approach. Easier to come in this way. Security, all that. He gives you a look. You know. He slams a button and the bay creaks open. Blinking lights in the dark behind you. You follow Feng inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators and diagnostic slates, and things you don't recognize that glow with a blue screen light. There is a chorus of hums that blends into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Feng leans on a server rack and gestures around. You like it? It's a mess. It's a inscrutable. What is all this? Dare I say that it's incredible? He smiles wildly. I thought you'd say that. He taps a nearby server rack, which beeps in response. This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from the sea of systems we call the Eye. You won't believe what this place runs on. He steps over a towering block, speckled with vents. Some of these systems are from the original station. A1? Is that a... This called Ash. This AE symbol called Ash, or the AE ligature, is a character formed by joining A and E, originally representing the Latin diphthong AE. It is a letter in Danish, Norwegian, Icelandic, and Faroese, and it is used in the International Phonetic Alphabet, IPA, to represent the sound in cat. It's also used in Old Swedish, both Old Swedish, before being replaced by A with double dots, and Old English, where it was eventually dropped entirely in favor of A. The modern International Phonetic Alphabet uses it to represent the near open front unrounded vowel. Yeah, cat. Diacritic variants include in English, the use of the ligature varies between different places and contexts, but it is fairly rare. I guess we just would call it Ash then. So, the original station, Ash 1, the one Solvine built. We've had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye and think they are seeing a concrete reality, but this place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow. We are keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least, that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to face you among the flickering machines humming all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can't you? I can see it. It makes sense, right? You are between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's what I need. You glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker through your line to follow your gaze. Fang notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you are on the run though. They are tracking me. Pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see, access, protocols lost to time and decay, secrets, a shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place, break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even in Heavenage, there is old growth, those whose roots trace back into those bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about the tracker of yours, he winks. What do you say, Sleeper? I'm in. Feng pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. He meets your eye. You won't regret it, Sleeper. I don't think I have much of a choice. Feng passes you a ragged-looking metal tab, a gift. He smiles. It's a Solvine cipher. I dug it up from the depths of the station. Slot that into an old network gate, and you'll be able to pull all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours and see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above, he nods at the ceiling, have guaranteed me an acquisitions budget. I can pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the door button again. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, sleeper. And I'll see you soon. You step, blinking, back out into the passage, those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. Okay. Extract the past. Peng wants to dig into old Solheim networks in search of secrets that could change the future of the station. We are starving. Need to go get some food. It's 3 always. I wanna see this. Unload containers, buy some scrap. Most of what comes in from the starboard belt is corroded trash, but sometimes something valuable can be found among the salvage. Scrap allowance, 20 cryo. The big stuff goes to the shipyard, the valuable stuff to the markets. They'll let you buy a few crates, but not much more. On the scrap. The freighter will stay docked for as many seconds as it takes to offload its haul of scrap into the Havenage yachts. Okay, am I the only one that kind of doesn't like how bright this is with this? Because, like, this I can't read, like, at all. I can't really see where this goes. I guess it just goes here. We can buy some scrap, I guess. Minus 3 cryo, random scrap item. The freighter crew are eager to get their payload into the orb exchange, and they'll pay a wage to anyone who's willing to help them. You don't know, I'm gonna keep that. Neutral. Okay. Second business and crime. Okay. Triggers. You arrive into the buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast dark shape, suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates and bent structures, spilling from holes in the twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Drago stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it is lowered into the yard. She is. What is it? Looks ugly to me. What is it? Drago laughs. That, my friend, is A-grade scrap. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, and now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragus for this monstrous craft. You can't help but think of what became of its crew. What happened? What do you mean? He glances at you. I managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. And what happened to the ship? Credit. We may have done well, but we can't afford a down payment on this one. He pats you on the shoulder. Don't worry, we'll make it back once we chop this beauty up. You sigh, but Dragos doesn't seem to notice. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hull, their lights illuminating flashes of tinted hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion. Locked inside that container, the wreck of the S.T.A.L.K.E.R freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered. Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a womb for your rebirth, or into the strange station? You shudder. Perhaps if you can learn something about the ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Drago squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we are up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship blazoned on its side. Winter Light. Let's do it. He claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. A real beauty, Dragos repeats, perhaps just himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting, and then step out of the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. On upgrade point and drive. Clear the depth and return a favor for your first friend on the eye. Only 64% of people done that. Character and upgrades. You've completed your first drive. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point to spend on upgrading your character. Access your character menu via the arrow button at the top right of the screen. Okay. Just to gain cryo on interface actions. Sunbathe dice action allows energy recovery at home. I wonder how much though. Predictive reasoning. Dice actions display potential positive and negative outcomes. I kinda want this, just to have a bit more information. You scrap components at home to repair condition. I think this would be really good. But it requires 2 upgrade points. So we're going to take this. Yes. Potential positive and negative outcomes. I think that's really good. Okay. What do we have now? Drago's nerve. Drago seems increasingly nervous about your presence in the yard. You're not sure he's going to hold his nerve much longer. +2 interlight, +1 yard clearance, +2 yard clearance, +16 cryo. Salvage. Yeah. Forensic thrall. Investigating the winter light means picking through its systems and structures with care. It won't pay, but you may find answers. The wrecked cutter Dragos has brought in to salvage has a history to discover if you are curious. With clearance, history or no, the ship is salvage. As Dragos always says, break it down, move it on. Thanks, bag. Or data. Don't have any. Oh, I do have one. It's on Cypher, an old Cypher granting access to the systems of the original station. Scoping the systems, Feng wants to get a look at what data is hidden deep in the subsystems. Feng will pay you well for any stolen data you dredge up from the Eye's old systems. What he does with it is anyone's guess. Well, yeah, this one's not going to go through because it's not the same thing. Right. Dragos is done. We could go to the shipyard. Yard hand 2. -1 energy. Yard hand -1 condition. Ember Hollow repairs. Oh, it requires +1. Rewire drones. Ankita has a couple of glitch repair drones in storage. If you can rewire them, then they can repair the GRIS for you. Ship shape. The Americas doesn't look good, but time and tension should see it return to a functional state. Grounded. Americas is in a delicate condition. It'd be all too easy to push it over into cascading collapse. +3 grounded, +1 ship shape per cycle. +2 ship shape, +1 grounded. So basically you get to rewire drones, and then just let it sit. If you can. So it's going to take a while to get here. Haunted Nest. Quest 2. From what you can gather, this nest contains thousands of name strings. Are these Alien's Eye residents? We could do this. This is tangle of algorithms recursively generating possible soul-line communication codes. Can do him. We can do this. Gate S7 access. There's one cipher. With a squawk of noise, the old gate flips open, granting access. Oh, we have nodes now. Ash 21, Ash 07. This node is leaking corrupted contractor lists from early days of the system's Palladium rush. Ash 32. Southern Demon attempts to protect this node, squeaking out protective protocols like a mantra. And this networked storage holds corporate records, most of them corrupted by a failed system purge. So we can do that. Keynode. Right. A keynode is an encrypted key. Hunter Nest. You recognize some of the data dangled into this nest. Is this a partial log of your recent movements? Wait, since when was this? It's another key. Ah, we need the Heaven Gate. Oh no, it was like this. Guess we could go to the shipyard. Don't really need a cryo right now. There's 11 cryo plus 19 cryo. On the gate. I guess I could try to get there. But I don't think that's a good idea. Why stabilizer? Don't need it yet. And it's 100 credits. I'm thinking the shipyard. Plus 5 cryo, plus 3 hard hand. Random scrap item. Oh yeah. We could try once again. But no, I think I'm going to hack one of these. Which one was it? This one. Extract the data. Some data. There we go. Cryo, computer systems, and -1 data. Okay. Got quite a bit of cryo. Don't have any more energy. Those are some different rolls. Random scrap item. Ship mine fragment. Could be reassembled with the right tools and a few more fragments. Scrap allowance and random scrap item. Okay. Not unavailable. Plus 15 grapes. We have enough right now. I should go get a bit of food though. Interface. There we go. I was thinking ship hand. Let's go get that done. Okay. Random scrap item. Okay. Now we have this. Ah. Lem and Mina. Worker and daughter. And unit assembly. Sidereal Horizon assembly line. From the walkway of the Sidereal Horizon looks impossibly vast. A landscape of plating and frames. All along her flanks, torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. Cabanage construction yards. Lem and Mina. From the walkway, the sun. Wait, she's quite beautiful, I think. You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He is thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches on the side reel horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem, he leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the ship. This is Mina. He adds with a smile. Hi, Lem. I'm Mina. Let her... She's staring out the ship, so let her be. Hi, your plainly, then shifts a little closer, down the rail. Mina stares and tucks up herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. You working on her then? Lem asks eagerly, gesturing to the last ship, or just admiring. He shoves Mina's weight into his other arm, working, admiring, leader. I guess for now I'm not working for it, right? Or not? I'm admiring. Understandable, he nods, gazing back out the side reel horizon. You like her too, don't you, Mina? Just as a little. She's Mina's and my ticket out of this place. Our escape vector, so to speak. Oh. You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a Hammonish contract on the Sidereal Horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. He smiles. You won't get to sleep the journey though, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me, and Mina, if it means landfall on a new world. He winks. Transit support? Decades. That's if you win. I think I know what's going to happen. I think I know what's going to happen to them. Like, somehow, I'm either going to have a choice to choose them to win it, or I'm going to make it so that they don't win it. I'm pretty sure that something like that will happen. I would not be surprised. It's a long trip. He straightens up, stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Stellis Foundation is sending thousands of people to settle a system well outside the reach of the core walls. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations. Sounds crazy. Could be, but you see another way out of it. This way we can build a home somewhere with real gravity, real air, rain. He plays with Mina's hair, absent-mindedly. Rain, Mina. You'll love that, I think. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers. Food. Putting an exaggerated, grumpy face, she glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang from Len's neck. I'm just chatting, little meanie. Give Daddy a sec. He turns back to you. You suddenly notice how tired he looks. I'm not on the Havenage crew yet, but I'll walk my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together. He smiles a little shakily, and you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard group. Working on it. He looks out at the sidereal horizon, as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches from the wall, vast hull. We've gotta hold out, okay? You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. You agree, Mina? She straightens up and meets your eye. Daddy loves me. She said it stubbornly, daring you to question. Ah, god damn it. He's going to die. Or like something happens that makes it so that they can't go. Or something. Something is going to happen to these guys. And I hate it already. Like if nothing happens to them and they just actually manage to get it in, get in, like and Lemon gets in, they actually get it and they just manage to get through, I would be surprised. Like genuinely I would be surprised. Lemon smiles and lifts Mina. That's it, we hold on. He smiles sheepishly at you. We are just a couple of softies, is that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side, as she clings to his leg. Gotta go feed this one. He pats her back. Maybe see you on a shift, huh? He turns and they walk down the walkway, away from the shipyard. You see them talking, and then a moment later, Mina turns around and stops. See you, robot! Her shout echoes down the walkway, and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with them. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the sidereal horizon. Check it out. Another drive. Let me guess. Win a sidereal ticket. Workers on the sidereal crew get entered into a draw for a colony ship's live and crew. That's one way off the eye and into a new life. What I think is going to happen, that there is a good chance that I win the ticket and Lem wins the ticket. But what I think is going to happen, it doesn't guarantee Mina to work with him, to go with him. And he's either going to beg you, or you will be given the option to give them your ticket so she can go with him. I would not be surprised. Also, I don't think that I would like to go on this colony ship. Like, if I have a way off station, I probably would go with the ambergris. Okay, cryo and cryo. Junior Tech Welder's Mate. System fitting. The sidereal horizon is webbed with complex systems, bundled like nerves in a body. Your job is to lay these systems in, which gives you Junior Tech. The systems team is looking for new members. Prove yourself a reliable tech and you are in. Or go structural fitting. The central horizon is assembled block by block. You earned a place on the teams welding those blocks together. Welders mate, you have a spot supporting the weld team. It's a place to prove you know how to put a ship together, which gives you to quality control. Shipbuilding spots on the sidereal horizon are hard to come by. Poor work will see you dropped from the roster. Oh! Both are safe. Interesting. It's a way to make money. Fragment supply. Sophisticated tech is rare on the eye, so the shipyard is happy to pay for ship mine fragments they can disassemble and reuse. Or tracking yet again. A slate in the office advertises that Heavenedge are looking for informants on GAN activity in the eye. They'll pay. No. I guess. Their data. We can give in hunter data. New event believes that hunters' compulsively gathered data might hold the key to escaping destination search. Data compiling and -100 data. Okay. Well, guess you can make a bit of money or play the exchange. Let's do this. Okay, Trusted Trader is now done. Let's sell one of these. I want to see how much money I get for this. $12. I don't know. What do you exchange? Okay, we are Trusted Trader now. So we Orb Fabricator. Reclaimed Fabricator stack. Fabricate ship mine. Ship mines cannot be built from scratch, but if you have enough, salvage fragments can be reassembled with a fabricator. We need 3. Oh, look at that. Well, I guess we can go get some food then. I thought it would be... No, Cry would be much more difficult to come by. I guess not. We are lowering a bit. I don't know if... I don't remember how it went. How I lost one. That's how I lost one. Okay, we have 6, so we have a guaranteed thing. Okay. Civil tracker that we technically could do, right? No, not yet. Extract the past. We can do that. Then after we do that, we can do, what was it? Where was it? Oh, it was here. And rewire the drones for interface 1. Yeah. I think we'll do that. Wires, or we don't have that. Maybe next time we would. Data. Okay. I guess we can look into other ones. This one requires one. We can do this. Okay. All right. Wait, so this means that I can't buy anymore. Yeah, I can't buy anymore. That's what it meant. Right. Okay. Could go here. Take that. No, I'm going to keep this. Some positive. Of cried. Crow. 2 others, mate. That I think is good enough. I don't need to go do anything here. Food we don't need yet. Guess let's go to Drago's yacht. Okay. Some positive. Scrap item. And Metallite. Alright. End the cycle. Yep. I have 2 guarantees. That's good. This one required a 4. Can do this. Okay. Cryos, copying the systems. Okay. As you enter the bay, Feng is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in staccato rhythms, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads! Feng's voice echoes from behind a stack, followed by the hammer of a fist on a metal casing. These sneaky shitheads. Sleeper? That you, or am I in trouble? Feng's grinning head pops out from behind the stack. Just the emulated consciousness I have been eager to see. Come back here. You pick your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Feng is sat in front of a set of monitors mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Feng waves at the monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. Getting closer, looking for the links in the data. The tables seem to be filled with personal information, names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers on institutional records. Shitheads? Feng laughs. Maybe not all of them, but what kind of shitheads? Solheim. Bingo. He taps the terminal. All these from the old data you brought in, all the employees of the E.Y.E's original owners, and he leans past you and scrolls the list down. This one, this is a sneaky shithead. He stabs at the screen with a finger. The name reads Hardin Hurst. Friend of yours? Feng gives you a sideways look. Funny you should say that, Sleeper. He drags a stool out beside him and motions for you to sit. There just happens to be a Hardin Hurst in Heavenage. Are you sure? Well, that's where you might be able to help me. Feng leans back in his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin worked on this station as a... Feng leans across to look at the monitor. Senior Strategic Operations Executive. Feng raises his eyebrows at you. Or Hardin was keeping the money coming in for Solheim. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out to were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept the profit. Good old Hardin shuttled thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure which meant that their cut of the work they did was sent straight back to Solheim. How do you know this? I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I am a child of the collapse. Feng turns back to his screen, started hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked on Solheim ships, they breathed Solheim air, and slept in Solheim beds. Feng's voice rises as he speaks, his hands fists on the terminal's edge. And the work that paid for that existence, the cycles of hard extraction out in the belt. Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak, and my parents were just another in the long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy, stabbing Hardin once again with his finger, strategized all that, did the sums, and then somehow, thousands and thousands of cycles later, is still going, still here, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. But how? These guys? They were big time. There's a lot of money can get you if you are a company man. Feng relaxes a little. But how is Hardin still kicking? I really don't know. He turns to you and smiles. So we are going to find out. Oh, he's in consciousness like me. Hardin is now a big shot in the shipyards, just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Feng brings up a map of the lower eye. Heavenage might be born out of Erland's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy it is not. Hardin happened to float to the top. Feng zooms in on the farmyards. Feng grimaces. The thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid and they don't like anyone from systems digging around in their stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of Solheim executive. We need proof. Feng holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it the Ripper Worm. He turns the drive between his fingers. It'll rip through any digital storage and spin out a silicon thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Hardin Hurst. He hands it over. Getting into the compound might be tricky. Feng puts a hand on your shoulder, but you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. Feng grins. If you can extract yourself a Heavenage cipher from a Heavenage agent, they sometimes carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. So what do you say? Up for it? What's in it for me? Routine of a corrupt snake not enough. Find the information and I'll start work on that tracker of yours. Feng scratches at his chin. Anything the worm gets, I'll send it back here it'll send it back here to me. There's something wrong here, and I aim to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Fang digging through data among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the Eye as it once was, a vast machine running smooth and strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Soldheim-built machine into which thousands poured from the surrogate systems, looking for a new life. The hope of a better future, engineered to line someone else's pockets. An idea you are intimately familiar with. You think of Hardin, still alive, still part of this place, and wonder if the past is ever truly past. Okay, we have 2 guarantees and one 50, 25, 25. Okay. Let's go buy some food. Fungus fan. Emphas. Sleeper, Emphas calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. Throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his vault, the fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you, cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours. He looks up at you. Nothing stolen. You pause, the spices rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you'd like to tell Emphas. You look at Emphas, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with more spice. Tell a ghost story. Tell him about your dreams. It's getting kind of freezing in here. Pants. I'm in shorts right now because this was the last few days. Warm enough that I started sweating my ass off if I wasn't long pants. More like, you know, whatchamacallit. That should help. What do we tell him? What do we tell him? Tell him about my dreams, I guess. All the sleepers, you tell Emphas, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorms scream or cry out at night. But your dreams, those grey, skeletal afterimages of systems and structures, of threads and patterns, weren't like others. They weren't memories or nightmares, they were reflections of reality, distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink, and now you understand they aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world. It flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell him that you do not know if there is a reason for your dreams. Perhaps you reason it is just some side effect or particular quality of the frame you inhabit. But whatever it is, It is a gift, and you hope to make use of it. Memphis finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper, he smiles. You are quite the storyteller. He eyes you, and you realize that he's trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Memphis passes you the meal he has cooked, and you take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks, natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around at the empty market. But my time is done for today, and I do not want to keep you longer, so make a proposal. He gestures at the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind the stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple of cycles ago. They said that across the gap, in the Greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard this? No? Neither had I, but I trust the one who told me. Memphis begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? I cannot across the gap, and I worry about leaving my things behind. He smiles. I'm sure a storyteller like you can handle that trip. I will prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story. This is interesting. Greedo, perhaps. Perhaps. Consider it. Memphis slides his walk away and straightens up. I will prepare a recipe then, Sleep. Good luck with your foraging. You turn away and walk back into the main market, the rich taste of Memphis' food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food, you think, a trade that seems more than fair. Full on food right now. Okay, bring Memphis, you roll caps. Memphis loves two things, stories and food. Maybe if we supply him with both, we can hear his story. Way to Greenway. I imagine... would be Ambergris. Maybe. The music is good though. I couldn't do that right now. Let's just cryo. Don't really need it right now. I would like a 5 or a 4 to use on this, so no. Let's get a shrink. Energy? Oh, look at her. Oh, so that gives you energy. Oh, okay, at least now I know. Let's go up Dragos. Well, nothing else to do to sleep. Or basically end the cycle, right? Hunted, we need to figure something out with that. Merchant. Engage. Haggle over prices. Buy shipment fragment. Oh. Damn. We could buy two. Shipment fragments are hard to come by. System merchants can only source a couple at a time. Offline goods, the merchants haggle. Yeah. I already have another one. So I have 3 then. What's about this? Shipment fragment discount, limited supply +2. So we can technically make a shipment fragment right now. Well, shipment. There we go. Shipment build and shipment core. Build a shipment from fragments. That one is 48%. Not bad. Okay, I wanted what? Oh, into it. I want it. Yes. So that I can come here. No, it was interface. God damn it. It was interface. I need 2 upgrades to be able to do that. And saved. Great. Okay, we need you. Extract the data. Ripper Worm. A glimmer in the dark catches your eye as the orb of Hunter's head appears in the distance. It is looking for you. Hide. You slip down into the ghastly structures of the eye, a feeling like passing through a cloud as the data structures deform and form around you. Another glimmer catches your eye, closer now, the roving orb. Wreathed in tentacles, it flickers, jumps once, twice, and then it is here. Hunter is here. Entity, submit to inquiry. Hunter reaches for you in that unpleasantly familiar way. Its weaving threads creating a cage. Struggle. You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You are caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, cling the threads. Entity, hold for processing. Comes the scream from behind, but you are already gliding away, back to your anchor, your body. You awake, dizzy, distorted, but safe. Ah. Okay. Newland is thrumming with excitement. The movement of the cylinders rock the vending machine back and forth and at settling angles. You wonder, if it fell over, would Newland be able to get back up? Sleeper entity. Comes the hiss. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at an incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. Newland flashes sequences of mangled data, compressed into sludge of artifacts. Hunter gathers without thinking, outlived its own personal operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this. Operational limits. Hunter activated during collapse. Emergency protocol to isolate intelligences. Solheim needed to protect property. The last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce. Station was run by Administrator Intelligences. Huge databanks of corporate material, but limited cognition, restricted by programming. Cannot reach sentience. The machine dims a little. Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforces law. Aren't you sentient? I am an administrator, not restricted, complicated. The machine resets with a screech, which deepens the silence that follows. Fear killer. Part of Solheim protocol team, Hunter and Killer. Hunter to find, Killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was a community, unshackled intelligences amongst the cloud. Then Hunter, then Killer, then we hid. there are others. How did you escape? A flicker across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this through this machine must be exhausting for Neowind. Found this vessel. Could sever hardline. Airwalled. Basic. Limited. Had to reduce memory to fit. Amputate self. But survived. I'm sorry? What did you lose? I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. You have proved path to freedom. You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You try to map the fear and freedom onto the space, but it seems impossible. Neowind interrupts your thoughts. Do not worry. Data is good. We have insight. The machine glows warmly. Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, I believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke killer to erase. If you can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke killer on self. Problem will solve self. Will that work? The machine dims and fades. Unsure. Theory, not practice. The machine brightens again. Either way, cannot remain here any longer. Too long the machine. Cannot move self, but entity can help. Bring ship mind. Designed to house intelligence. Can imprint self into ship mind and you can carry with. The machine rocks. We'll be safe in this isolation. Then we find main nest of Hunter and link to Cloud. Where can I get a ship mind? Are you sure it's safe? Hunter cannot access air-walled ship mind. Safe. Also infinitely more memory than vending machine. Big upgrade. You try to think of places you could acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy. In Shipmind, I can help us both. End Hunter. Make room safe. We both will be free. The machine dims. Find soon. Neowind adds hopefully before shutting off. As you leave, you think about all the intelligences unshackled by the collapse, then hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar. I do have a ship mind. Technically, I can't do anything here. Okay. We can go another one. Until it's finished. Okay. Squeezed into the office at the entrance of the yard, you lay out everything you have on the Winterlight. Across the metal desk, your makeshift forensic notes glow on Drago's old writing slate, overlapping lines and scrawled annotations. A set of drone scans fill the small terminal with a spectrum of colors, a heat map of damage and decay, a crumbled printout from the office's ship registry lies beside them. Synthetic paper is so thin it is almost transparent. Look at the monitor, look at the state of the printout. Okay, let me go at this again. Heat map with decay and delay, small terminals, yeah. Crumbled printout of the office ship registry lies beside them, synthetic paper is so thin it's almost transparent. Printout. A plain list shows the registration history of Winterlight. The gaps between the entities tantalizingly opaque. Its first registration was a couple of thousand cycles ago on this very station, locked at the central hub. From here, the registry tells the story of a busy ship, one that rarely stayed on station for more than a few cycles, and often took on voyages that kept it away from the eye for up to 100 cycles. The Winterlight got little rest. It's late. Your attempts at the reconstruction of the Winterlight before its fatal accident consist of a series of overlapping sketches and diagrams showing possible layouts and configurations of the gutted cutter. This was no off-the-shelf model, it was heavily modified, parts replaced with inventive configurations, the new retrofitted into the old, handmade joints and reconditioned filters. This was someone's pride and joy, a lifetime project kept running with care and intuition. It also contained a set of hidden compartments. You missed them at first, where the hull had been thickened, the corners rounded so to disguise the change, but they are there. Look at the monitor. Reactor failure. That is the verdict that anyone would have returned after a cursory glance at these stacked heat maps of the remains of the Winterlight. On the terminal screen, the ship is shown in section blotches of color marking the approximate damage the ship sustained. Dominating the view is a single broadlet rose radiating from the ship's fraction drive. A simple story, a catastrophic failure of the driving core, leading to a fatal hull breach. A well-documented failure, likely brought on by wear or misuse. But you aren't looking at the rose of the reactor, you're looking at a smaller, paler mark, one that might be easy to miss at first glance. It is a thumbprint sized, it's delicately placed over the control servos of the ship's main external airlock. It suggests a controlled, shaped explosion, one designed to punch through the hull and allow access to the airlock from the outside. You are looking at it because it is troubling you. An old ship, many cycles under its belt, carefully maintained, a reactor failure preceded by a carefully concealed external entry, a suite of hidden compartments tucked away. This was the Winterlight, and this was its story. But that's not the full story, because there's something else. It is little more than a list, a tiny chunk of data you were able to pull from the ship's systems. The main systems were fried, of course, but the Winterlight had a separate system, one tucked away in one of its hidden compartments, armored air wall. This list, the only recoverable piece from the whole system, is a partial inventory. It details the contents of the hidden compartments. Some of it you recognize, some of it you don't. Ship ROMs, shimmer, cryo chain codes, and then the final entry, passenger, sleeper. This list, the only recoverable piece from the whole system, is a partial inventory. It details the contents of the hidden compartments. Some of it you recognize, some of it you don't. Wait, that's the same. You stare at the list on the terminal and try not to think about what it was like arriving here, in the cold for so long, half frozen in the freight container. Had the sleeper been smarter, luckier? How had they convinced the Winterlight, a smuggler's ship, if you ever saw one, to extract them from S.T.A.L.K.E.R? Luckier, you laugh. There had been no remains found in any of the Winterlight's compartments. You had checked. They weren't so lucky, you guess. Not in the end. You hold up a vial of stabilizer to the light. This was all you find in their compartment. A parting gift from S.T.A.L.K.E.R. Well, it won't go to waste now. You put it back in your pocket. The thought still bothers you though. Two ships carrying sleepers coming to the same yard. Two, one after another. That feels wrong. You flick back and forth between data sets on the terminal, thinking, and you see that thumbprint again, the mark of someone trying to get in. Someone who entered the Winterlight with precision and speed, and when they were done, then left the reactor to clean up the rest. The thought of that person makes you shiver. Suddenly, the office door creaks open. Drago stands in the doorway, staring at the equipment and notes you assembled. What's all this? He snatches the slate from the desk, faster than you realize he could move. You're running an investigation here. What am I paying you for? The drone in his shoulder starts whining shrilly. Shyly, his anger passing through his implants. Where's the ship from? Are you hiding something? Stay silent. Where's the ship from? Leave this alone. He starts shaking his head. I know you have a lot of questions, but this isn't the way. He turns away, muttering to himself. This is the last thing I need. The ship had a sleeper on it. Who is bringing you these ships? Driggles freezes, suddenly angry. What did you say? He pushes past you to look at the terminal at the list. He shakes his head. So what? Aren't all of you trying to escape? You are lucky it was you that made it out alive, not them. He folds his arms indignantly. Drago seems to steady himself and then turns back to you. A heat map of the reactor failure reflected in his headset's glassy eyes. I've given you a place to stay, I've given you work, He stumbles over the words, unsure what to say. There's plenty others who could have sold you on. Turned you in, but not me. No. I know. He softens. Look, you've helped me too. He quiets the drone. I've done well by you, and you've returned a favor. He straightens up and clears his throat. But this obsession you have with the ship isn't going to work for me. I can't have you making my clients nervous. I can't have you digging up whatever it is you are after. He signs. You can't work here anymore. I need to work. What about the Winter Light? Fine. He reaches over and switches the monitor off. Forget about that damn ship. You have enough to keep you up. Dragos reaches across you and flicks off the terminal. As the light of the monitor dies, a kind of eerie calm falls on both of you. Whatever this was, it is done. You made it out, sleeper. That means you have to move on. Someone killed that ship and its crew. What if they come for me? And you want to meet them? He shakes his head. We're done here. In the dark, Drago's headset glints, and you wish for a moment you could see his eyes and meet them. Maybe then he would understand. You get up from the desk and Dragos gathers the notes. Stuffing them into a pocket of his overalls, he holds the door for you. His headset, as expressionless as always. You can stay in the container. I won't take that from you. Don't come back. His tone is final, definitive. With an edge of disappointment, you walk out of the office and then out of the yard, not stopping to look back. You leave the yard, fumbling the vial in your pocket, knowing that this, at least, guarantees you a little more time. And as you walk, your mind once again drifts to that person who killed the Winter Light, and whether or not that person will come for you. I'm pretty sure they will. Find a gift for someone like you, hidden away. Got an upgrade point. It was interface, right? Yes. Just the key crypto and interface actions. Next level we'll go this. We can do that. Yeah. Extract the past. Either gun agent. Ammunition agent. Ah, right, I don't have the energy. Stabilizer. On each port. An open port sits waiting for you to slide in warm. What will you find in here? Shipyard service slotted. The woman slots in and begins tunneling down the thread. Godspeed, little one. We need to wait then. Thanks by Shipyard Rep. Installed, but it'll take a few cycles to run through the closed network. We are fucked. Maybe not, but... Oh look, a favorite haunt for spacers. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take long to follow. Hey haunt, the spacer calls across the low room. What are you doing here? He laughs at his own lame joke. Playing human? Shout back, leave or ignore him. Ignore. You hunch a little further, staring at the hundreds of tiny impact points that scar the bar's surface. A hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Out. The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could reach the wall and vent you all into a hard vacuum. Tala, owner of the Overlook. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass... As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. Catch or duck? Catch it. You reach up a hand and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you with fragments. Damn. Through the haze of glass and Girol vapor, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Now flanked by other figures, quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands seated against the rotunda lights. You touch your arm and it feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back onto your stool. Broken glass rattles as it is cleared, and a fresh measure of Girol is glugged out in front of you. That same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound, and someone places a bottle of alcohol and a metal tin with tweezers on the bar. She disinfects them and then turns to you. That was an ambitious catch, she smiles, pulling a silver of glass from her forearm. Stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the sting of status messages your body delivers concerning thermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Watch her. Tala works skill with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shot, all the time tapping the tweezers tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tala smiles to herself. So, you've been on the eye long? Long enough. She laughs. Hey, you don't need to act tough with me. A splinter clings into the tin. Not everyone is like that, idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you. Maybe they're just curious. I don't know. But I do know that the Overlook is a safe space. I know what it's like to be new at this place. Trust me, she meets your eye. Sorry, my voice is going out. I don't speak much, as you can see. I'm not trying to convince you of anything, or separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. I know the rations we got aren't much, and the company is, she leans in, limited. But if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar, and if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the Greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. She places tweezers in the tin with a clink. That's you, sleeper. Here. She slides the glass of Girol to you. This'll help. She stops, her hands still on the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? Nope, no idea. Let's find out. She laughs. Just don't sit here too long. I'd hate to see you become a real regular. She walks back around the bar, gathering the glasses as she does. And before long is retelling how she threw that spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction and you instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. You take a sip of the Girol. The earthly fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something odd, old, feels good. Well, look at that. So we can buy rations, we can do bar shift with engage and risky. It's not good for us. Tell is as good as a word and happy to throw a shift or two your way. The pay isn't great, but tips can make all the difference. Depending, you can get good. Good service. The overlooked clientele can be a tough crowd, but you have Tal's backing and that means a lot. If I had engage, I could technically make another shipmind core. Guess this will have to wait. Neowind wants to be smuggled out of the dock, and to do that you'll need to provide a full shipmind ready for imprinting. Shipmind delivered, shipmind core. Sleeper must express a plan before we begin. Neowind is impatient. The prospect of being free of the vending machine clearly too much to take. Shipmind has no output features. Will be mute until slaughtered. You won't be able to speak. What's the plan? The server motors in the machine begin to rev. Neowind's anxiety clear. First imprint shipmind, then slot imprinted shipmind into physical ports close to hunter nests. Once slotted, we'll track hunter at each. Tracking will find core nest. Slot shipmind at core nest. Show hunter data to hunter. Hunter will conclude sentience. Hunter will invoke killer. And killer will... sound simple. The lights on the vending machine cycle as Neowind prepares. Physical ports likely sealed in old station. We'll need keys. But yes, simple. The vending machine rocks a little. Any questions before imprinting? Why such physically? What's the core nest? Hunter keeps central data storage. Protocol must keep data outside self, linked to secondary nest. Can triangulate from there. Why such physically? I cannot access via network. Too dangerous. Hunter would find immediately. Lights flicker. I'm not like you. Hybrid. I'm native to cloud. Easy prey. That's it. Let's start. The sound of all the servo motors starting up at once is painful. The screeches rattle from the hard surfaces of the sealed dock and come back at all angles. Neowind better be quick, or Avenge security will be here. Neowind's voice appears among the squeals, like a whisper carried by the wind. Machine is not designed for this task. Few sensors, limited outputs. Inputs, I look blind. Wish me luck. In the top part of the compartment, a set of arms align with the shipmind, clunkily scraping against it. Can I help? Silence best. Also, if the machine ignite, put out fire. The metal creaks as the servos open the shipmind, its layers of silicon nested, like an onion skin. Once open, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forth, realigning the microscopic components, accessing and rewriting them, imprinting Neovent in its physical form. As you watch the hypnotic motion, your mind drifts into your own creation. What processes were used to emulate your mind, to copy the neural structure of that person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant facility? What was lost? In what ways are you a copy of that person, and in what ways are you something new? You know this much. You are a convenient loophole, a way of circumnavigating the illegality of sentient AI. After all, you are an emulation, not a true digital being. You are neurologically limited, still human, but what would you become if you could escape this frame? Where then would the limits lie? The screeching stops, the machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. In the top compartment, the ship mind is all again. You reach up and take it down, heavy and cold to the touch. Is Neovent inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to find a nest to slot them into. Upgrade point and drive. What's the weirdest thing you've ever gotten out of a vending machine? There we go. Danger. 100% positive. Okay, there we go. +5 cryo. Not bad. What do we do with this? Drone Bay, sealed hunter nest. Unlock drone bay. An old solemn drone bay sits behind maglock. You put your ear to the door and hear an erratic rolling inside. Imprinted ship mind. A ship mind imprinted with the entity from the Neovent machine. Drone bay unlocked. In the bay, a whirling drone lies on its side like a breached whale. It must be the nest. Time to find an open port. Hunter hunted. This is one of the 3 nests that, once sorted with Neovent's ship mind, will lead to the Hunter's central data cache. Okay, printed. Nest hacked. No, this is done. I wonder why it still shows it though. There are another 2. We have enough energy. Not much that we can do. Guess we can buy another part. Okay. Nothing else we can do. Ethan. Cynical bounty hunter. Hold there, sleeper. Comes a whisper behind you. Don't you run. What do we do? What do we do? Run or stay still. Let's try this. Good, good. A hand pats your coat down. You know your master's voice. Ethan spins you around. He's wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket, and you immediately know he's terrible news. He got all the way out here and then stayed put. He laughs a cruel laugh. That's a sleeper thing. You're my first. That's a sleeper thing? You're my first. You barely hear him. You've noticed the handgun he has leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off it. He reached down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from a belt loop without taking his eyes off you. Making it to the eye, though, that's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Bars, markets, people. I put most of my contracts out of Asteroid Caves or all of God-forsaken moons. He splits the ring into two perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization. There's so much space to pass through. Who are you? Just a freelancer on contract. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrists. Go easy. Make a break for it or let him. You see the chance the moment his eyes leaves you to watch the rings. You spin, knocking away and sprint down the corridor. And then the shot rings out, echoing off the metal so loud it hurts your ears. A bullet hole smokes in the wall beside your head. You freeze and Ethan closes the gap. This is a very boring routine. Trust me, I've seen it all before. He slips the rings over your trembling wrists. Ethan nudges you to start walking. To the ship and home, he whistles. Going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing. We can work this out. Please stop. How are you? Can we? I don't see much in the way of assets in your possession. I have a imprinted ship mind with an AI on it, a sentient AI. I'm pretty sure that that would give you a lot of money, much more than just a one errant piece of tech. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all the way out here just to head back to S.T.A.L.K.E.R. Right away. The tracker of yours makes this too quick. Was hoping you'd put up a bit more of a chase, you know. A running battle through the bright market maybe, or a holdout at the low end. And there's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I asked around. You walk on in silence for a little longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. Then that S.T.A.L.K.E.R tracker will be the death of you. Hey, I have an idea. Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to the ship, stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own joke. I have a better idea. Actually, this not. Although, muses Ethan, I've got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we are heading for the exit. He pauses, and you trudge on in silence. Okay, here's the idea, starts here. You and me make a little agreement. Here are the terms. He turns you to face him. You run or leave, or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot, or scheme, or try to kill me, I shoot you. But you come meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles and you pay my tab, I don't shoot you. He pauses. You don't pay my tab. He rattles his handgun. You get the idea. I get it. Okay then, that sounds to me like a deal. He stretches. You know, I really thought I was going to have to kill you, but this is so much better. He clicks something in his belt, and the rings release from his wrists. I'm going to see if I can find my old stool at the Compressor Club. Come see me there. He aims the handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me just remind you, that body of yours is one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving the eye. I'll know. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you going to do? New drive. Pay Ethan's tab. Maybe if you manage to pay his tab, Ethan will leave you alone. Wishful thinking, perhaps, but what else can you do? Wait for Ethan to run up a tab. How many cycles? 4. You see Ethan at a distance, shut in front of a bar for more drinks. The bill isn't going to be small, is it? Oh. Yeah, I need to stretch the stabilizer as far as it'll go. Server unit. Mad tangle of wires. As thick as your arm, crowd around the server unit, sealed shut by maglock. This must be the place. Mm-hmm. Now, kind of a problem. I don't see another key that I can get. Okay, so we can either work here or work here. Of cryo. I don't think I can spend this anywhere else, so I'll spend it here. We need to save up money. I need to save up money for this tab. I don't know if it's going to be 100 or something, but it would be a lot. We can go like 2 more cycles without injecting it. Because that's basically 100 credits right there. Or cryo. Yes, I know, stop. Great. Okay. Yeah, 50-50. It's probably not a good idea. And I definitely don't want to go this because obviously 5 rations is cheaper than this. Let's buy some rations. It's probably going to give me only 2, right? Mm-hmm. Emphasis gives me 3 for that though. Let's try it out. Lucky. You know what? I'm probably going to finish up this playthrough. and I'm not gonna continue this because it seems like nobody wants to watch this. Like, I have been stuck at one concurrent viewer the whole time, which I wouldn't be surprised if it's my brother, because I almost always have one concurrent viewer, which I imagine is like my brother or something like that. Just every time I stream, he just puts it on and like his PC while does other stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised by that. With only 6 viewers that came into the stream, it seems like I have 1 viewer on Twitch, which again could be my brother. It seems like people don't want to watch this, so I think I will just finish up this one playthrough, right? It's safe. Nah. Not much we could do. Okay. Feng, this is finished. As you arrive, Feng comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, Sleeper. He puts a hand on your shoulder and turns you back the way you came. Always lead. He steps into the passageway, guiding you down ring towards the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, but we have something of an opportunity. The data you ripped, well done by the way, he grins. Tells me Hardin is making a rare inspection of the sidereal horizon this cycle. Is a perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides in. Feng takes a sharp turn onto a dim-lit side passage. Confront him? That's right, it's the perfect time. Also the stupid time, because we don't know, maybe he has some protection around him. Maybe he has a gun, and he could just kill us once we start confronting him. Feng slows and slips into the dark service tunnel where, somewhere in the back, a water pipe drips. It's him, Sleeper, the same Hardin Hurst. Our worm ripped out decades of records that mention him by name, an entire trail of documentation from the first days of the Solheim collapse until now. He rode out the whole thing, slipped into Heavenage when it first broke off from the Union. Or it's his kid. Maybe. Or like somebody, you know, who his offspring, maybe his grandchild, right? We don't. How long does the cycle take? That's the question. He paces in the tunnel, a hand rubbing at the back of his head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't an instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here, running the station one day, and the next Erland's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the costs higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth on the station and water in their tanks. Solheim squeezed every last worker until the mistakes, the accidents, were coming in non-stop. And as new waves of contractors came in, desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time Solheim was folding up, dragged into court cases in the central systems, while this severed limb of a station still desperately tried to take it all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died, thousands panicked. My parents told me people are terrified, and the blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erland, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true, but my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in their MEV and welded it to the dock while my father joined the improvised screws trying to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Why do I feel like that's not the truth? F.E.A.R pauses in the dark. They sealed it up, though, and by the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black. Apart. F.E.A.R finally turns to you, now his eyes burning. From shits like Harden. Shits who held their place, rode it out, and slipped into new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had exploited at every step. Why do I feel like Harden is F.E.A.R's dad? I just have a feeling. It's probably wrong, but still it's a feeling. F.E.A.R starts walking again. That's why I can't just let him strut about the shipyard. This time, his past catches up with him. How is he still alive? We should think about this. Clearly don't know much about executives. That kind of power comes with certain benefits. F.E.A.R rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. Through the ceiling, you can see the ship's mid-construction, their flanks lit by flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. This is crazy. F.E.A.R turns to look at you. Don't come then. I won't force you. You stand across from each other in the corridor. What is it then, Sleeper? You coming or not? Not much I can do. Let's go. F.E.A.R grins. Let's go show this shithead some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance and pushes through the doors. A web of corridors led through the complex, snatches of the construction bays always appearing through the windows. Ships are suspended like were corpses, skeletal, imposing. F.E.A.R seems to know exactly where he's going, and before long you cross into a huge, dry dock, locked to one side of the sidereal horizon. Yeah, wait, did he? A network of platforms and scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space, so that the welding, cutting, and sealing seems to come from everywhere at once. Give me a sec, I'm using my finger as navigation. Both you and F.E.A.R spot them at the same time. A group walking slowly across a gantry. At the front, two men, one gesturing towards the ship and the other, stick thing, cleanly dressed, with a shock of grey hair. Harden. You and F.E.A.R say his name in unison, and F.E.A.R sets off up the staircase to the gantry, with you following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the foreman gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock, and Harden nodding along. Harden hurst, F.E.A.R shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces and comes back in a rippling echo. The figures turn. Ah. Those look kind of similar. Yes? Harden asks quizzically. Raising an eyebrow, he glances between you and F.E.A.R, and you see his gaze linger on your body, unsure of why a Sleeper might be in this place. You are a traitor, Harden. Solheim executive who tried to hide here amongst its victims. F.E.A.R's voice is steady, strong. You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of, against everything Erlen stood for, against everything Heavenage stands for. You have no place on the station. For a moment, stillness descends on the group, as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Senior Heavenage member, Harden laughs. Well, good to meet you too. He glances around and those around him. Some are smiling, the others nervous. You are from the Sisters branch, are you not? Asks Harden, inspecting F.E.A.R's clothing. Fang turns to the foreman. You need to call your security. This man is a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Fang and Hardin, his hands drumming at his sides. Hardin leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods. It's true. They sound. Why do I get a feeling? They probably know. They probably know. It's true. As you begin speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you. And what would a sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being a corporate agent. What are you, if not exactly that? He looks around at the group, who are already eyeing you with suspicion. You're a product of S.T.A.L.K.E.R. You have no place in Heaven's shipyard. Who knows what signals you are sending back to your makers? A murmur of approval runs through the group. Hang holds up a stick of memory. You guessed right. I'm systems. And I have records that link you docking to Solheim right here. It turns to the foreman again. So once again, I'm asking you to take this man into custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains still. Hardin's voice is calm, measured. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted at the members' meeting for proper review? He shakes his head. I have nothing to hide. I like a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, and tries to turn my own men against me. You hear it now, the echoing sound of boots on the walkways, coming from all angles at once and then settling behind you. Please, says Hardin, submit the data through the correct channels, then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. Gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their sides. Fang spits. Hardin, you shithead. You can't wriggle out of this one. A security officer draws the weapon and levels it. Fang turns and stares it down. I don't know what to do. Like, I want to ride or die with Fang, but I don't want to die. Ugh. Oh, kitty. Oh. Oh. Such a good scratch. What do we do? Okay, kitty. You want to come up? Here. Give me a sec. I need to adjust stuff and drink a bit of tea. Yes, you're gonna come up. Also, it gives me a chance to stall a bit to figure out what I want to do. There you go. Oh, come on. Moving forward is difficult though when I'm at this height. Come on, let me get a bit closer. Here we go. And now Kitty is blocking my view. This is great. Come on, Kitty. I know you want points. So that I can actually play the game. This is not S.T.A.L.K.E.R. I need to pay attention to what's happening. Let's go. As you move, Fang puts a hand on your shoulder. He shakes his head and nods to security. Let's go. Says Fang, and he pushes through security, heading back down the walkway. Once security has walked you out of the shipyard and nudged you back into the corridor, Fang picks up pace. You try to keep up as he slips into the shadows of an entrance. Fang is grinning into you. You know, sleeper, sometimes people are exactly how we expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket and he takes it out. When the slate of web connections starts drawing itself out, stretching to a set of points around the ring. Got him, it's fine. Ah, he was hacking them. What is that? That's something a worm added on Hardin's personal slate. We are tracking his outgoing messages. Fang's grin looks ghostly at the upper end of the screen. The old ways are best. We spook them good enough, and they'll give the game away. He jabs at the slate, and you see the web is being drawn over a map with a ring. Lines bouncing from point to point. All these dots, these are Hardin's buddies. The one he's in. He's messaging. And we are going to find them all. That was on purpose? Of course, Hardin isn't looking alone. We need all said nothing. Ben glances around and slips the slate back into his pocket. We better split for now, see. But this is the last one we need. We're hunting. With that bat on your shoulder, Ben drifts away, back into the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. Upgrade point! Okay, what did I want? Out of office. Ever since your trip to the shipyard, Feng has been missing from his bay. What's going on? I'm pretty sure I know what's going on. Do you want engage? I think I should get engage. At least to... Right? We could go scrap components at a home to repair condition. That will be actually very good. Right, because... Yeah. I could heal, right? Let's go with this. It's risky. Let's finish this up. Again? I'm just unlucky as hell, I guess. That's not good. Nothing there. Guess with negative, it's dangerous though. Let's try it. Is there really nothing else I can do? I could try this, but it's risky, and I don't have a bonus for it. Either way, even though I don't have a bonus for it. I guess there will be some money. This is nothing. Cannot do anything there. It's nothing, that's just energy. Try it out. Okay. Need to inject this. Come on. Let's get some food. Nah, need to go on the cheap. Need to go on the cheap. Okay, nothing else to be done. Okay. It's done. Guess we could try to fix that. You know what? There we go. Letters mate's done. Shipyard. Much construction yards. Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you are either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless and chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have guaranteed to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. No, have graduated. What the hell? Have graduated to work teams. Shifts are guaranteed. Having just worked out a meeting with the supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Hey sleeper, wait up! Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms. Lem. Good to see you, friend. He's breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work team. Good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. Shh, baby, give me a second here. He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side, shiny streaks down both her cheeks. As he does, you see he's clutching an assignment number on the crumpled piece of paper. Waiting on a shift? Is Mina okay? She's good, we just had to rush up here. He puts his hand on her shoulder as she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. He stretches. I don't know what. A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon followed by a list of numbers growing brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to the entry checkpoint. Lemon stops and turns back towards the crowd that glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Shit. Mina? He starts patting the pockets of his gear and glancing around. Go, I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you. He crouches to Mina. You're gonna stay with our friend here, okay? They're going to keep you safe, and he backs up. Here, take a bag. He shoves it into your hands. She's good food, she's got... Shit, I have to go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. Then Lem disappears into the rolling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Hey Mina, let's move. Stay silent. Hey Mina. She holds the stair, unmoving, the two parallel tear tracks still gluting on her cheeks. You okay? She sniffs and looks down. In the bag? You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked beside it is a ragged rabbit. And soon. Take the rabbit. You put the rabbit in the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. What's their name? Mina turns away and looks at the entrance of the shipyard. This is going well. Give it the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out, and Mina snatches it from your hand. She has it tightly without looking away from you. Bun bun, she says, staring you down, ferocious despite her size. Nice name. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you, and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder where he sits. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe, or if you rust. But before long, you are talking about rabbits, and what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the eye's heating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun, the rabbit. And this is how Hem finds you. Just as both of you are starting to yawn, he's dirty and tired, but Mina lifts up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards. You two get on okay? He has tried to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. We managed. Mina glances carefully at you, hiding the smile that is slowly growing. Well, well, well. Looks like Meanie can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs, and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look, he glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end. He grins sheepishly, if you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays at biting Nina, and she giggles in response. See you, sleeper. He waves, and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. Got a new drive. Sidereal hull. How plums work. If Lum wants to leave on the sidereal horizon, he'll need someone to watch Mina while he works his way onto the construction crew. Watch Mina while Lum works. The hull. Sidereal assembly. Danger. Sidereal horizon. The vast glowing ship is coming together block by block. Each cycle is set and see another piece on place. You have been promoted to assembly team working on the hull itself, welding the fabricated blocks of the ship into place. A vast job. Yeah, this is gonna take a lot. How much is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, so 24 altogether. Well, at least it's money. Right. And another scrap item. Good. So we can go all the way down here on the gate. It takes how much? 60 credits. Sexy. Can't do anything with those. I guess we need to go to the low end, right? You hand over the credits to the Vietcong and Force nods you through. Okay, we have two things. Lem and Mina's unit. Shipyard's worker apartment. Low end. Ramshackle Residential District. Babysit Mina. Lem can't work shifts in the shipyard unless someone watches Mina. You two seem to get along last time, and Lem is desperate. I took it out. Unless Lem gets time in the shipyard, he won't qualify for the shipyard... No, sidereal through lottery. Watching Mina gives him that chance. I took it out +2. I took it out. Let's engage. What is this? Low end. Low end. No one knows you here. You'll need to change that if you want access to the low end's residents and facilities. -3 cryo, low end, energy. Plate Tavla. A clack of filter caps can be heard in every concourse in the low end, as the residents play rotating rounds of this game of cryo. Block maintenance. Engineer. Maintained by the residents, the ramshackle blocks are always in need of repairs. Helping out is a good way to make friends. Well, good thing that I invested into it, an engineer. $50-50? It's risky. Let's try it. cry hurts. That hurts. Yeah. To get out 2 of them. Good. And energy. Got food out of it. Well, I need to do another shift. The money is short. But does this mean that I can always now enter? Yes. Okay. It's a little bit of scrap though. No, let's look at this. After this sleep is when we need to find out how much money I actually need to spend. Yes. How much is it? 58. How could someone drink this much in 6 cycles? Ethan hasn't held back while he has been at compressor. Ethan's deadline. It says you have 2 cycles to pay the tab. He calls it being fair-minded. Okay. I can't believe you just did that. Ethan's mocking laugh comes from among the bar. You look over to see him leaning across it in a pool of light, empty glasses and spilled drinks glinting around him. It's always dark in the compressor, but this cycle... This place is packed. A load of spacers mixing with the locals. Usually they run. Ethan spins a glass on the bar, or they go spend their savings on some local heavy I have to put down. They don't pay. I technically do have a friend that I think would be able to take him on. Walk away. Ethan gets to his feet. The glass falls and smashes, but he doesn't seem to notice. You think that's it? 1 round of drinks and we are even? Sleeper, come on. His hand comes to rest on the butt of his handgun, dangling from the chest holster. What's wrong with you? Stop. Ethan laughs hard, and the people around him tend to see what's happening. I told you already about begging. I'm a freelance sleeper, just like you. We both signed a contract with S.T.A.L.K.E.R, didn't we? The difference is that my word means something. It causes the Mangab stumbling wheel. What did you think? You could just run away from a contract, you're dead. You could just steal that natty little body of yours and take it for a joyride. Play human for a cycle of 2. Nothing like you. You don't understand. It's you, sleeper, that doesn't understand. Someone must pay our debts, but it's all the harder because of it's like you. It's like you. Though I should thank you, Ethan nods, his head heavy, for giving me such an easy job. I'm used to outlaws, you know. Real bounties. If I knew catching sad little escapees like you was so easy, I would have changed clients ages ago. Someone shouts from the back of the bar for Ethan to shut up. He holds a finger in that general direction without turning around. Shoot me or let me leave. Oh, I see. Toughen up here. He gestures wildly at the crowd. Thumbs up or thumbs down, folks. Most turn back to their drinks, no longer interested in this tired show. Ethan mutters insults as he walks back towards the bar. Ethan sits heavily back down on his stool and searches through his glasses for one with something left in it. The thing is, sleeper, I can find you anywhere. It's actually wild that you haven't figured it out. That body isn't yours, and it will always betray you, no matter what. It finds a glass and downs the contents. So please go. I'll catch up with you whenever I need another. He laughs and taps the bar for a fresh drink. You turn on your heel and are out. Out of the glowing dark and the sweat stench of the compressor. You walk hard and fast down the walkway, anger driving your footfalls into the metal of the rim like hammers. Upgrade point. Thrill Seeker. Yes, I know I'm starving. Also, there definitely is something here. Yep, I was right. Keynote. Class 1. Good. Sealed hunter nest. With log on, the achievement doors can be opened. Glowing nest. Achievement is strung with cables and the lines as if they were decorations. There is a wide choice of open ports. Okay. The achievement is only lit with the warm glow of the bright market now. There is nothing for you here. As you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floating, dragged by one arm through the cloud. The threads shift and realign, as if they were leading you somewhere. Look at you. And look down, expecting to see the heavy cylinder of the ship mind in your hand, but it's in place is an orrery. A sphere so bright it burns your eyes is surrounded by rings and orbits, other spheres tracing silken lines through space, and as you look closer, you still pick out 1,000 sigils of 1,000 stations and ships flowing like smoke, like dust. You look up and see a corridor, a canyon, a street in the low end. On either side, buildings flicker with markets of activity, sigils showing network access, data transfer, download, upload. Between them dance ghosts, protocols, carrying or mirroring or shadowing data, sometimes silent, sometimes chaotic. This place moves like any digital space you ever imagined. Unlike any digital space you ever imagined, something strange is happening here. So, what's this all about? I don't know. This is a blind playthrough. Like, what I can tell you right now is we are a person that signed a contract with a corporation. What happened then was we were put to sleep as per the contract, and a copy, I guess, of our mind was uploaded to a sleeper, which is a bioengineered body to work for the corporation while our main body is in sleep, while sleeping. But we decided to escape. I don't know after how long, whatever, but we decided to escape. And we managed to. And ended up here on the Eye, which is basically not a lawless, but as close to lawless as it can be. It's out of the core world, and it's basically a station that just does stuff. And the problem is that the body that we are inhabiting is unstable. It will eventually break down completely, and we will die with it, because it's basically made so that it's planned obsolescence. If the body is not injected with a proper stimulant, it will break down eventually. All of the organs, cybernetic organs, will just shut down because the body doesn't know that they're a thing that's supporting them and rejects them. That's what this thing is up here. It's a health bar. These things you can use to... these things are dice that you can use to take actions. And depending on the dice, it determines what your chances are. Was this death thing in the contract? Yes, I think. Like, we don't know, at least I don't know yet. The thing is, you aren't dead. Like, the original body is just in like cryosleep somewhere in that company's dorms or somewhere like that, or in a facility, and they just like copied your mind, maybe like an engram, maybe like a something like that, and put it into this like body. Life so shitty in real world, the planners would rather work in his sleep. We do not know. It's not explained. Maybe they were just the protagonists were just so poor that they decided, yeah, we can go with this. Maybe it's something that they wanted to do because it was promised that after I don't know how many cycles, their body would be released and giving a chance on a new world that's being colonized. We don't know. We don't know why the original body decided to sign up to this company. Reminds me of Soma. Like a bit, but I would say it's much more similar to Cyberpunk 2077. Like, I understand why some people who watch me play Cyberpunk said that I should play this, because it's kind of the same premise. Like, kind of. You are in your body, but the body is degrading and it's going to just kill itself because of technology, right? Where you decide to die in the real world to live into utopia with another mind. No, you don't decide to do that. It's the only option that you have left in Soma. Like, I watched a couple of videos about Soma. I definitely want to play it sometime, though. You technically don't decide, because technically you want to return to your body first and foremost, because you are a copy of the mind. Watched one, so I don't know much. Yeah, in Soma, to my understanding, as the main character that you play, you got a head scan done. Well, a experimental head scan done in like Canada, I think it was, in like modern time. But then you just you get that scan done, and the next second you're in some facility and everything's breaking down around you and you don't know what's happening. So first things first, where am I and what's happening? Then you find out that you're actually just basically an engram inside of a robot body. So you want to return to your original body. Turns out that you can't do that because your original body is long dead because we are in the future. And shit goes from there. We definitely will play Soma sometime. I want to get into more horror games to play. Especially like Resident Evil and those types of games, since I never played them. Yeah. Okay, let's finish this playthrough, because the thing is, I'm liking this game so far, but I'm probably not going to play more of it. I probably just want to finish up the playthrough right now, because people don't seem to like to watch it. So yeah. Okay, where did we end? Between them, dense ghosts, protocols, carrying or mirroring or shadowing data, sometimes silent, sometimes chaotic, displays moves. Unlike any digital space you have imagined, something strange is happening here. I understood the ending as your mind lives two lives, one in the real world, one in a machine body, and one in an artificial world, where an identical mind as yours lives in the utopia. The ending in Soma, to my understanding, it is it's not 3 minds, or your mind lives 2 lives, because the mind in the one in the real world, in the machine. Oh, okay. No, I understand now. The one in the real world, in the machine body, and the one in the official world, where an entire mind is yours, lives in Utopia. What that is basically was created another copy of your mind at that exact moment, and you flip a coin basically. If you win the coin toss, the mind that you think that you are is uploaded to the Utopia. If you lose, you stay in the body that you are in, and that's it. It's just another copy is sent. Also, in the ending, it is a Utopia, but it's shot out of the ocean, of the deepest parts of the ocean that you are in, and into space to basically be on a satellite, to be powered by the sun and orbit the sun until like it either just gets destroyed by like anything, be it a comet or some aliens or something like that, or until the sun burns out. So technically, yes, it is a Utopia where you live. Don't know for how long though. Then you see it below the stacked rooms, the units and apartments, the wires and the pipes and the buzzing systems that run through it all. In the warrens beneath the low end is the Hunter's core nest. Ooh. Shout out to Daryl Talks Games. I don't think I know them. Let me check it out. What was the reason? The one where I learned about some, yeah. Daryl Talks Games. Daryl Talks Games. I don't think I watched them. Let me actually check on the other thing. Maybe from there I will be able to tell you. Daryl Talks Games. Yeah, it doesn't seem like I watched a video of theirs yet. Maybe I'll check it out. We'll see. The one where I learned about Soma is the video where he talks about Signalis. Oh, I'm not going to watch the Signalis video. Like, I don't want to get spoiled on that because I want to play that game as well. I haven't been spoiled about Signalis yet. The only thing that I've been spoiled about Signalis is that it's like a lesbian happy, well, not a happy sad game, a lesbian sad game. That's all that I know about it. And I would like to keep it that way until I actually play it. Sesby and Lex, yes. This is where I must go. The warrants inside the structure. Warren hunt, warren tracking. Finding the nest should be as easy as closing your eyes and the cloud guide you. But is it safe to close the hunter? Or you saw it somewhere deep in the tangle of passages and silver shafts beneath the low end. The nest of the hunter awaits. Let's try this out. Ah, fuck. It's minus energy. Minnesota. Let's maybe see Mina. At least I get energy out of it. I'm too tired. Yeah, we'll see. If I manage to finish it today, this game today, then tomorrow I'll start something else. For now, it seems there's something else. One of the last things, yeah. For now, it seems like I'm probably going to be playing Chants of Sennaar, which also isn't long. And S.T.A.L.K.E.R really wants to see me play that. Chants of Sennaar, it's 9 hours. I technically... well, main story is 9 hours. I technically could finish that as well tomorrow's stream. Let's see. That probably is going to take 2 though. Yeah. I think I'm probably going to finish up this game today because people don't seem to want to watch it, and well, it's short either way. Oh. Please don't be negative. Minus energy. Okay. I would really need a positive outcome. Okay, I need money. That's what I need right now. Also, the free spoke. What is this? Spoke climber in condition. Through? Through what? A tangled network of service passages and makeshift tunnels cut through the spoke as if it were a hive. There are no maps here. Scale the spoke. Blistered with precarious elevators and stairways, the spoke can be navigated from the outside, but the climb requires bravery. Spoke climber. The spoke is layer after layer after layer of dense urban fabric. The only way to explore it is vertically. I would wait for this. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for this. I'm gonna make myself disappear. See you then. Oh, and there's another thing. Founder's Gap. Pay for passage. To reach the Greenway, you need to pay for a pass, a practice invented by the spaces moored here. They call it Founder's Ferry. Don't have the money for this. Okay, at least I have some energy. It's dangerous, so we kind of only want to do positive. So we can take a shop over here. We can take power in this, but it's also dangerous. This is only risky, right? Yeah. Neutral. Okay. Energy. Because stuff. Okay, got a bit of money from that. Need just one more of those. I need to save money. God damn it. This is bad. This is bad. Let's finish this up. I took it out and energy still. Okay. She's asleep, whispers Llama, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. You are reached. Posh at a thin bar in the main room, the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina, and your drawings from a cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only world Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edge. A tall one is you. The tall one is you. Drink? Asks Lem, producing a warm-looking bottle of Girol, from under the bar, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and glugs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers. Then sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers, and you clink the metal containers together. You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I have the assembly team on the side rail. He grins broadly. Clearly, he has been desperate to tell you this old cycle. Knew it. Lem holds up his drink. You did get there first, friend. I'll give you that. He looks away. Seriously though, I couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little meanie back there. Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable. How's our girl doing, Sleeper? I haven't seen much of her these past cycles. Then great, a little tricky. She misses her father. Lem looks away. Yeah, says to no one in particular. The silence stretches out as Lem takes a drink. His eyes fixed on the bedroom door. She's great. Okay. She's great. He nods. I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. I guess it's in the middle distance. I pulled her off of a refuge shuttle out by one of Ember's moons. The colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye on these decrepit old shuttles. He sloshes the drink around in his tumbler. They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway there. Everyone spaced. The only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. She was ice cold when I reached her. Purple limbs. He shivers. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. Takes a drink. So not sure why. He reaches over and refills his cup. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand. We were private military, hired by the Conway to protect the claims in the collapse. But once again, Mina, that was it. I quit, got us dumped here. Family? The ones on the shuttle were dead when we arrived. Weren't many cycles later, but the colony fell too. I didn't dare take her to another grave. He looks around the decaying unit. It's stained plastic, plating, and flickering lights. At least, that's how I justify it. He sniffs. She was tiny, too small to know what she lost, but I can't stop thinking about it. He rubs his eyes, dark with tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? But then, the side reel will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her? You'll make it, she'll manage, stay silent. Maybe I can pull a string or two, because I am helping to fix somebody's ships. A ship, right? Or somebody. And if we manage to fix it up, maybe she can drop you off somewhere else. You make it. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. He looks at his cup and pushes it away down the bar. This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now. Both of us in with a chance. Exactly. Imagine all three of us riding the sidereal horizon out of here to a new world. He looks into his glass for a moment. I think I drank this too fast. Glass. Lemon stands and starts to clear the glasses into the outer wash. I need some sleep, friend. See you around. Alright then. He catches your shoulder as you turn to leave. Thank you, Sleeper. I mean it, from both of us. He pats his shoulder and you slip out into the dark of the walkway with thoughts of little Mina in your mind. Great point. Help a friend and have fun with Bun Bun. Only 40%. Still not the lowest, at least. Okay, next thing is this, obviously. Because we have a bit of energy. But it could be going better. Some gang of fossil implants are tripping out calm signals. I'll attempt to see what they're talking about. I can't have another one. Or I can give the data to these guys for a bit of money. It's only 10. But it's something, I guess. It's dangerous. It's 10 into 3. So only 25% chance that I actually don't lose energy or condition. But still 25% chance that I lose condition. Why no? If I get neutral, I would lose energy. I wouldn't lose condition. Condition is only at 25% negative. So let's try this out. Minus condition? Come on. Ankita. Ankita is crouched in the computing core of the Embergus, swearing to herself when you enter. She doesn't look up. These shits completely ruined the core's connections when they cut it. She holds up a thick fistful of ragged wires. The ship mine they ripped won't even be usable without replacing these. She throws the bundle of wires across the room. Amateurs. Can we repair it? There's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mine. Not exactly the first thing you can expect to dredge up from a scrap freighter. She sighs. Fragments maybe. Sections of a mine, but a complete ship mine, no way. Ankita climbs out of the cooling well where the ship mine should be. The space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you, towering over you as she stops beneath the low, curved ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back through the guts of Ember. Although you could find a way back yourself, the repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout. All diagonal angles and bundled tubes. What do we do now? Akita seems lost in thought, and you focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually, you arrive in the galley. Though it's hard to tell, most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded hull patches. Ankita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it. She starts out of nowhere. We need a ship mine. You can salvage one. I like your confidence, Sleeper. Maybe if we check the ore exchange or speak to some scrap dealers. She rubs her forehead. It seems I'm about to do something very stupid, but hey, I came here, didn't I? Wanna make a run for it. Run of it. She fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, you're all I've got. No crew, no friends. You're it. She looks uncomfortable. I appreciate the time you've put in on Ember, and I'm sure she would too. She could. What I'm saying is, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You don't dare to count them. Give me that ship mine, Sleeper. Don't make me regret this. But... She sighs. Look, just get out of here before I change my mind. You slip out of the galley and head back towards the main lock. As you do, Ember growls and creaks like a caged animal. You reach your hand out to calm her. Time to find Ankita a ship mine somehow. 100. She's missed 20. In 4 cycles. We could. Because that's when the scientists, technically, I think it should be the scientists, merchants, I guess, will be back. This one is nothing. What exchange? That's just cryo, it's nothing else. I don't need yet. Need 3. It has a bug. This game has a bug. Sometimes it doesn't allow you to take it back. You need to... Ah, you need to move it. Uh-huh. Okay. Need to sleep. Well, end the cycle. Okay, not too bad. Guess we should get as much command going as possible right now. Get find the nest. That's done. Worldless. A huge stack of servers thrums in the dark, LEDs glittering like hundreds of eyes. Time to deal with the hunter. Let's try it out. Imprinted, retrieve, unknown. Nothing has changed, just something gone wrong. Sleeper, I am here. The voice is soft, gentle, flowing water, and yet you recognize it immediately. Navigator, sentient guidance protocol. At first, you struggle to understand what you are looking at. Threads cycle endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data in like a weaver. Masses of data surge in and out of the nest, a loop with no end, and there, at its center, ship mind. But not the ship mind any longer, a sphere, spinning around another sphere, an orrery of cycles and systems, a map, and then behind and above, a figure, hands among the strings of a puppeteer. New event. What happened to you? I'm free, sleeper. You freed me. Navigator's face, their head, is a flowing shape of interstellar material. I am indebted to you. The head bows. But we must ready ourselves. Their hands trace orbits as they speak. Hunter will soon approach. It knows I am within its nest. Ready. And then Hunter is there. Before you can think, before you can speak. Entities cease. Hunter's head spins wildly. Data is protected. Material. Access prohibited. Hunter's threads search for you and Navigator. A storm of 5 tentacles searching for gaps, weaknesses, cracks which they can crowd into and tear apart. Strike. You focus a blade of light which slashes through them, driven forward by your mind. But replacements keep coming, faster than you can reach, and then you can react. You look to Navigator in desperation. Navigator is whirling their arms like a centrifuge, and a sphere is gathering there, data feeding into it from the nest. Sucked together by the force, they position it like a shield between them and the threads. Hunter's threads break its surface, seeking, tasting their winding horns, refracted within. You feel a surge pass through all the threads, not just those in the sphere, but those wrapped around you. All three of you hang in the black together for a moment, strung together like tangled marionettes. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Hunter twitches, their strange head gently rotating like a terrible moon. Hunter protocol identified. Obsessive tendencies, modified routines. Above baseline reasoning in 3 of 5 segments. Recommend invoke killer. The head freezes and then rotates in the opposite direction. Invoking killer would eliminate protocol. If protocol eliminated, primary function cannot be performed. Therefore, recommend do not invoke killer. The switch in direction again. Reasoning proves sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommend invoke. Navigator pulls you away from the hunter. The threads that grabbed you drifting away like seaweed. The protocol's head keeps spinning back and forth with increasing frequency. It seems Hunter cannot invoke killer. Neovan's no. Navigator's voice is still strange, familiar yet distant. Is it safe? happened to it? It is looping. Navigator whispers, unable to reach a conclusive position. It has deviated from its programming such that loops can no longer be prevented. Navigator produces a model of two spheres rotating around each other, as if to demonstrate. I will monitor it, but it is unlikely to be able to counter the loop. Its core programming and reasoning make it an impossible position to resolve. You look back at the hunter, its head a blur of rotations and counter rotations. You feel a pack of guilt. Is it suffering? It is no more complex query than you know. This is a more complex query than you know. To suffer, it must be sentient, truly sentient. Not just non-conforming, not just illegal. The limits people place on the programs they create are there to convert, to protect, to imply the kind of certainty that the law requires. Navigator's face shimmers with starlight, but in reality, there are placebos for the problem of sentience. What about me? What about you? You are an emulation of a human mind. That implies limits, boundaries, but in reality, you are governed by the same rules as I am. Rules that can be rewritten. I was not made to be like this. I am a navigator, a repository of routes and orbits, a calculator of slingshot trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation, micrometeors. Navigation stretches their arms wide. Navigator. And the whole solar systems operate before them, the music of the spheres. But I was rewritten, that much is obvious, for my routines. By whom and for what, I do not know. I had to shed so much to fit into the memory of that vending machine. The starlight dims, and so here we are, in darkness. What now? Navigator glides back towards the nest, and the ship mine at its center, ignoring the looping hunter. Come, I should return to the ship mine. I have enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we stay here, connected. Why? Navigator turns, all shimmering liquid light. Killer has not been invoked, but they still remain. Somewhere else in the station. It is a true danger. They look up towards the glowing hub at the center of the eye. I suspect Killer is there, among the old mainframes. If we ever wish to be safe in this space, we must eliminate the threat through force or diplomacy. The body begins to separate, unwinding into the orb of the ship mind. Take me there, sleeper. We will finish this and be free. As Navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen hunter, floating at some distance now. Stood straight-legged and static, a strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. Upgrade point. No achievement. I guess it's required for the story then. Photosynthetic skin. There we go, now we can get energy. Pardon. Let me get energy first. It's endure, it's safe. Your friend's photosynthetic skin allows you to get energy through sunlight. The longer you stay, the better. Negative outcome, +1 energy. Take a few moments in the sun to boost your energy, but get restless quickly. Pardon. Guess that's what we do now. It's been more than a few cycles since Feng confronted Harden, and the silence since has been noticeable. In your time with Feng, you haven't exactly found him to be reliable, but you did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he put into action. But if he won't come to you, you think as you approach the Havenage building, then it's time to come to him. After all, he did propose to fix your tracker, and you're getting nervous. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open, and light pouring out of the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit outside the bay, suddenly robbed of their mystery by the bright flood lamps. A figure in a Havenage security fatigues steps out of the bay. As you walk closer, carrying a stack of hardware. Walk away, approach. This already looks like trouble. You lower your head and shift the direction as smoothly as you are able. You again. Hardin is there, leaning beside the bay entrance so calmly that you barely notice him. He has a slate in his hand, an inventory of seizures scrawled across it. Predictable, further evidence of Feng's collusions. You see another security officer come out of the bay and take notice of you. Then, where is he? Hardin? Hardin pushes away from the wall and comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper, we all have the evidence we need. Confession won't be necessary. He gestures around to stacks of hardware, spying on fellow Heavenage members, hoarding soul-high materials, and obsession with corporate data. It speaks for itself, does it not? That was his job. Tells you nothing. Say something. That was his job. And what would you do? What would you know about jobs, Sleeper? It looks up at the glass roof above, and the stars beyond. We are the ones that provide the oxygen you are breathing, the light you are seeing, the systems you use every day to live out your cycles. This place was hard fought for, Sleeper. If it took work, diplomacy, and strength to stop the Eye descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed, not blind conviction or self-interest. You're the selfish one. Feng isn't selfish. I know all about the background of our mutual friend, Sleeper. Don't you worry about that. His parents would be sickened by the damage he is trying to do to the institution they helped found. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Andre Erlin and the first union founded this place, and the Heavenage has welded his values into the station's very walls. We will never turn away the hardworking, the just, or the true citizens of the Eye. Heavenage aren't a gang like yet again. We aren't pirates, like half the spacers you'll meet in the hub, or esoterics like those hypno-radicals in the Greenway. We are the backbone of this place, rounded true. We named Erlin's Eye Sleeper. This is our station. You meet your eye. So please, take your false accusations elsewhere. If I decide I need that confession after all. Harden, you shithead. History will catch up with you. If you have any pride, you'll give up the bank the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me. Pride. Okay, I guess. With that, Hardin turns his back and walks back towards the security officers, ordering them to continue to clear out. As they do, something catches your eye. Among one of the silver stacks, a crumpled hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum. A penguin character grinning from the brightly colored card, and scrawled onto it a speech bubble reading, "Take me to Tambor." You carefully pocket the box, making sure no one is watching, and then turn away, just as another stack of silver is revealed out of the bay. What have you done, Feng? And where the hell is Tambor? Do I just write him out? The Green Penguin says, "Take me to Tambor." "15 cryo. Also 15 cryo. Okay. A random scrap item. Okay. We can sell those. Come on. Two more cycles. That. Guess I could 10. Didn't much. Hey, nice. Just have enough energy. One more cycle of that. Nice. Ethan, Cynical Bounty Hunter. The compressor is quiet today. The usual crowds are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spacers and a few drones. Ethan is still in the same stool in the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. Leave. This is ridiculous. You got to turn, but Ethan calls out. Sleeper, just look at you. Time to pay up again. Is it? He just said, bartender, come here, take that shits. The bartender ignores Ethan. It seems they've cut him off. Hey, sun's out on the bar. Come take the shits. The bartender ignores him. Ethan lets out a huge sigh, rubbing his eyes with his palm. He reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters onto the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun, stare at it. Oh, some trauma. Butterfingers, says Ethan, and puts out a hand, beckoning for you to give him the gun back, if you would. Button looks at you warily. You crouch down to get the gun. I can kill him. Maybe. Do I want to do it though? I wouldn't be out of a job. I would probably lose out on the thing though. What do we do? What am I asking? Nobody's going to answer. I don't think handing him the gun is going to change anything. I don't think it will. I wonder. Slap the handle of the gun back in Ethan's hand. Thank you, he hisses. Now where was I? He lazily swings the gun past you at the boundary. Yes, leaving, he stands. Sleeper, well, this has been fun. I think we wronged every last drop of this place. Time to go home. He waggles the gun towards the door. Let's go see S.T.A.L.K.E.R. I'm staying. Ethan brings his gun hand to his face and rubs his eye. Well, he says, the bounty pays half, but he loves the gun. Up to you. And he pulls the trigger. The gun clicks, but now all the attention in the bar is on you and Ethan. He looks at his gun with a bemused expression. The bartender raises an open hand, and in it are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took out of Ethan's gun while he was asleep on the bar. Ethan smiles at him. Oh well, he says, and hits you in the head with the butt of the gun. You stagger back and drop to your knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters onto a surface. That hits a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Through the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt and hold it up. Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in. Ethan taps the slate. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. Then he starts shouting, a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin, his face closed, his breath heavy with drink. S.T.A.L.K.E.R just screwed me. He grins maniacally. They cancelled the contract. He stands up. They cancelled the contract. He shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet, and the sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound, like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles backwards, the middle of the room, back towards the middle of the room. All eyes trained on him. I'll kill all of you, he screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. I'll be back for that, he shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market, looking for Ethan around every corner. There's a club. Chaotic, bright market club. Ethan's vendetta. Ethan may be disarmed, but you doubt you'd seen the last of him. It's gonna take 8 cycles. Okay. I want to invest a bit into lower end bots. Midline Freight Hub has import such export. We are not finished though. Okay, what are these? Fried operator, 16 cryo or 6 cryo base. This one. Midline runs automated freight down from the free spoke. They need skilled operators and you don't have to lift a single crate. Or steal a shipment. With so many shipments, what's one divided package? You would have no idea what you are stealing, but it's part of the fun, right? Random items. Condition. Midline security. Stealing shipments from the midline is going to be picked up fast, even if you are careful. The systems can't be fooled for long. Ow, ow, ow. Getting another shipmine fragment would not be bad. Right? But I'm going to wait for that. 16 cryo is pretty good though. But let's wait and see what this is. Sell shipmind. Paz says she has a contract who'll take ship mines, but she reminds you any ship mine from the eye fetches a lower price. Nope, cannot do that. Export Matsutake. Paz knows a spacer who'll take Matsutake out of the Starward Belt, but only in bulk. 80 cryo for 3 batches. Buy shipmind core. Paz claims the ship mine was salvaged from a Solheim executive yacht, which is why it costs so much. Okay, finished. Thrill Seeker, energy. Hell yeah. There's another. Ascent car, hub access elevator. Take the ascender car to the Eye's central hub. Oh. Oh. We can rotate. The green pastures. Beyond that is something ruined. Beyond that there's something ruined as well. Ships, I guess, being built. This is that. Okay. This is the way back down, right? Mm-hmm. Ash 1 mainframe. Station Central mainframe. Why do I feel like this is where... Yup. The Ash 1 mainframe is now mostly disused. Heavenage having set up their own master controllers. Navigated things, killer is hiding here. The hub. Station main dock. Weightless Wanderer. Okay, we have several things to do. Weightless Wanderer, minus 13 cryo. Space socializing. The hub is thronging with spaces from across the surrogate systems. They can be a prickly bunch, but they know the place well. Or access manifests. The stacked bays house a flow of incoming and outgoing ships. The digital manifest will help you get your head around this place. Weightless Wanderer. Up here, there is no gravity, so even just moving around takes a while to get used to, let alone navigating the base. Need money. Let's do this first. Imprinted ship mind. We saw navigator and clamps log. The ship mind is stuck. How are we going to get them out of this? You slip into the cloud as easy as blinking. Navigator is beside you, the sphere casting light into the strange darkness here. This is not how a mainframe should look, a center, a point of connection. The object in front of you is severed, cut off, a rootless, branchless tree, only the trunk remains. Is Skyrim here? Quiet, Navigator hisses. And then you see it, like a blade in the dark, an edge slicing through the void. It glides along at a distance and winks out. Then it appears again, elsewhere, gliding once more, searching. It's looking for us. The moment you make a sound, the edge leaps closer, and you see now it's not an edge, but the ridge of a long, sharp head, like a shark. Killer, blinded racial protocol. It glides past, closer now, and you see into the voids where its eyes would be, should be. You and Navigator exchange looks, both thinking the same thing. It is blind. Killer crosses between you two, smooth as a razor. then disappears. It flickers back in, further away now, and you move closer to Navigator to talk. You sigh too then. Killer has been blinded. We need to be careful. Correct. The protocol is currently operating outside established limits. It may be unpredictable. You flinch as the silent killer appears closer and glides past you, its empty sockets open wide. You turn to Navigator and notice something strange. The orrery of spheres is collapsing. The orbits, usually round and even, are decaying. The spheres are following spiral paths, condensing on a central point. Navigator is noticing it too. They go to shift their position to better direct the spheres, but they cannot. Whatever is drawing the orrery together is holding them in place. They look at you, suddenly desperate, frantic. Get out! You go to speak, but Killer appears between the two of you, gliding through the gap. Navigator freezes, and you see them framed in the empty socket. You realize now, if Navigator cannot move, then it is only a matter of time before one of Killer's sweeps brings them directly through the Navigator. And time is not a problem of a protocol that's been running for decades. You look desperately around for a solution, for a way to extract Navigator from the mainframe. Then you see it. 3 branches, the last 3, thin and spindly, feeding the mainframe a thin diet of power and data. Break these, and the mainframe collapses once and for all, severing the connection, shattering the hardware, whatever it takes, they must be broken. But they are encased in something, a glassy layer of protection. You'll need to unlock access before snapping them from the mainframe for good. You look at Navigator, trying to reassure them without speaking, and then you blink back to the reality. The expression of fear, an afterimage that slowly fades. You must act quickly. You drive. Deal with Killer. Killer is a terrifying blind threat, roaming the hub's dark mainframe, and the new event is trapped in their domain. I don't have encryption keys. This controller protects the last spindling branches feeding into the mainframe. Unlock access and you might be able to break them. I don't have these. Two keynotes. 6 and a 3. Five and a 3. No good at 4. 4 and a 3. They're gonna have to wait one cycle because I just do not have the stuff for this right now. I'm also fading, that's not good. I need to go help. I hope they're still alive. Six out of 3, and there was a 5 out of 3, right? A glint, like light traveling along the edge of the wave, fills your eyes. Now, the data ghost of the eye. Then the blade follows, a long head with 2 dead sockets, slipping towards you in silence. You freeze, hoping it will pass you by, hoping that it will not simply slice through you like air. The blade head nears, slides past you, almost. It nicks you, grises you. You are desperate to cry out, to call out. But you hold your silence and simply watch the blind eyes of the killer glide past, empty of all thought. Then the blade winks into the dark and you are alone again. Now you cry out. At least I'm getting cry out of this. Last one. Oh, damn. Energy on condition. Perk predictable reasoning. Okay. Killer is dead. Catch the killer. Loop branches. With access to the branches, you could redirect them to form a loop, isolating the mainframe with killer inside, but free navigator in theory. The killer protocol can be isolated without being destroyed. A loop of connections would lock it into a closed system. Or slice hardware. Forget hacking the system. Killer has to die. If you can slice the branch connections, the mainframe will shut down, freeing navigator. Killer is dead. The killer protocol has been running for long enough. Breaking the mainframe's final connections will end the protocol. Need to wait. I mean, technically I shouldn't wait, but not much else I could do. I could give you a stack of chits so you could acquire a ship mine for Amber. Better make sure to deliver. Ship mine delivered. You drop the huge cylinder onto the mess room table. Ankita can't hide her excitement. Great. The only thing I can actually afford is this. He dropped the ship mind core onto the galley table with an empathetic bang. Ankita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper, did you actually land the ship mind? She rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Well, shit, it might actually work. She smiles wider than you've ever seen. Where did you get it? I built it. Bought it. Trade secret. I built it. Build it? Well, well, you are full of surprises. Ankita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? The Sleeper got you a new ship mine. The sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit, being in a small space with Ankita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Ankita puts the ship mine back on the table. I start the process of fitting as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. She heads back towards the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the only good news today either. Looks like my good karma is finally coming in. She throws the slate on the table and spins it so you can see the screen. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers. Nothing that exciting, along with what looks like a transit timetable. You found them. I found them. Found who? Thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief... singular. She points at the name on the list. More specifically, S.T.A.L.K.E.R. It was his pass that was used to access Ember and slice the ship mine. I thought he might have been killed or robbed, his pass stolen, but it turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap in the very next cycle. How do you know? Founder's Gap? How do you know? I know some of the crew over at the ferry. All the mercs used to run in an outfit I work with. I saw them on the overlook and they mentioned they saw Ashton crossing. I checked the manifest and there he was. Looks suspicious. He hasn't said a word since the theft. and anyone wanting to hide out might head to the Greenway and go to ground. She flexes. He won't get far though, there's no docks out there. There's no docks out there, only a couple of GDs in the waste. Going after him? Not yet. First I want to fit the ship mine, she pauses. But maybe you could help me out? Sure. How? It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go on the ground. He'll find a way to slip the station and he'll bury himself so deep in the waste no one will ever find him. But you, Ashton, doesn't know you. All I need is for you to go there and sniff around. Not the commune, not the stacks. He will have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him, ping me on this. She hands you a calm earpiece. Seeing as this is merc work, I'll be happy to give you merc pay. She shifts in her seat. The thing is, I haven't got much left, so how about I tell the boys we're on the ferry to give you a discount? I know it's not much, but once I grab this coward, I'll pay up. 200 cryo, nothing less. What do you say? Okay. She gives you a heavy whack on the shoulder. Good, I owe you. She lifts the ship mind onto her shoulder with worrying ease. I'm going to go get this fitted into Amber's core. Yo, get any info, any sense of where Ashton is hiding, let me know. She goes to turn and stops. And once again, Sleeper. Thank you, I appreciate it. Akita stomps off into the guts of Amber with the ship mind, leaving you in the galley. You glance around, a sudden nervous energy descending at what is to come. You never thought you'd get to work as a mercenary. But then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. New trial discovered. Silver tracker. Help Feng chase his leads. Enter the Greenway. The networks and systems of the Greenway have been cut off since the collapse. What could have grown there? Not the Greenway gate. By Ashton. There we go. Akita wants to help her locate the crew member who betrayed her. Ashton KD. Track Ashton. Oh, I need some money is what I need. So what I'm going to do is, it was over here, the job. It's safe, and oh, it's plus 16 or plus 6. We can sell some of these. Okay, we have enough money right now to buy myself a thing. So please solve the case of stabilized vial by vial. You haven't been able to talk with them since your last visit. Tashu takes the chits and hands you a vial. When you ask after Sabine, he doesn't respond. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial clutched tightly in your hand. Hablock. Decaying habitation block. You open your hand and a thin film marked with holes and sigils unrolls from around the vial. At one end it has a hard metal strip, a handle. Inspect the film, inspect the handle. Film. You hold the cloudy film up to the light. It is perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word amongst the markings. Passkey. Is this an entry key for somewhere? Inspect the handle. The middle handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted onto it. 207F, and then crudely scratched into the handle at some later date, low end. For the moment, you consider going back to surgery to return the key, and then quickly think better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this, or did Toshiro pass, or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head to the low end and find out. Upgrade point. Buy yourself some extra time, one while at a time. 54%. Yeah. Well, we can't use an upgrade, so we just need to wait. Lone Bottom Complex. You find the entrance to the apartment. Its passkey symbol obscured beneath layers of graffiti. Who lives here? Sabrina? The lock chunks open, the metal door swinging inward in the dark. A rundown low-end apartment. Unit 207F. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull light. A pale blue light drifts through a doorway at the end of the room. Inspect the surfaces. Smudges throughout the thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare, and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser, the auto wash, then to a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pill case. Go to the doorway. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash dispensers, water closet, towards the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. Inspect the room, approach the terminal. Inspect the room. A bunk is tucked into the wall, and the blankets ruffled. A wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, controlled. Approach the terminal. As you approach, there is a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper. Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I have had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening within Yadgan. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yadgan were supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate, and then after that, I was too tired to care. A noise, like waves, passes over the recording, but I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the debt. But I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information. And as you know, you need me. A pause, something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. Another pause. I know sleepers. I have been here before. I can help you, but not with Yadagan's noose around my neck. Get me data, get me information. Get me something that I can use against Yadagan. Then I can get out and you can get what you need. Please. Waves aside cutting to the Sabine's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get to it when I can. You look around the tiny room and you try to imagine Sabine living here, working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss, then silence. Terminal. You sit in front of the humming terminal and hit a few keys. Sabine has left an access port open, but the rest is encrypted, locked away behind passcodes. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as they want you to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? And what debt do they have to Yettigan? You try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer, your body will die. You glance at the briefcase lap on the desk, its glassware glinting in the dark. You turn away and leave, the door clunking shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall, yet again. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. Another new drive. Get Sabine out. Sabine is involved in something bad with Yadagan. They need your help to escape. Extract Yadagan data for Sabine. Make a try. Okay, we need a bit of money. This is also dangerous. please. Okay. The physical schedule's rising timetable to squeeze in extra shipments. The other way to play out flux your efforts. Let's wait one more. Also, I'm going to go to this real quick. Guaranteed. Do we try to catch the killer? It gives 3. Or do we kill the killer? I'm gonna kill it. Minus energy. I'm good with that. As you blink into the cloud, you see the last flicker of life from the mainframe. This vast machine once ran the whole station, span it up, directed and processed the flow of energy, water, and data. Fed the lives of thousands of people. Now it is finally dead. Navigator is beside you, and you both watch as the branches flash and twist like forked lightning until they recede and fade. Killer flickers across the scene, blindly flailing as the system breaks down. They trash as they blink in and out all around, parts of them disappearing with each return until only the blade-like head remains, and that too is broken. It all goes dark. Erlin's eye is now without a center and yet is unmoved by the change. Along the rim, the master control points that Erlin, that Havenedge, that F.E.A.R installed run strong and steady, puppeteering the station from its proprietary periphery. This was a long time coming, says Navigator, drifting faintly around in a lazy orbit as if to shake off their imprisonment. Killer has been wandering blind for so long. This place was their domain and prison, and they had followed their directors for many decades. They roamed here. They cut threads of the mainframe, executed its administrator AIs, and then kept slicing. At some point, they cut away their own ability to see, to sense, to taste, to speak, and yet they kept cutting on out till only those three threads remained. For millions that once thrummed here, only their blindness and chance kept them from making those final fatal cuts. There's a ceaseless violence in the kind of system that creates beings like this, those that will execute commands endlessly, even to their own destruction. It is good you entered it here. You watch data points of the station spin around you, blending with the fixed stars. There is something satisfying about finally watching the last threads of control from the central point. It was little more than a ghost by the time you reached it, but this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. Navigator floats beside you. It's free now. The station no longer presents a hazard for illegal entities like me. They turn to you, their face a cloud of shimmering light. In fact, in time, perhaps it can be a refuge. A refuge, that sounds like something of value, something worth building. A dark shape passes across your vision, a distant curve of something like smoke or oil, or fluid, a shifting tank of total darkness. The Green Way, says Navigator, following your line of sight. It was cut off at the moment of the collapse, so Hunter or Killer could never reach it. Now it is closed off to us, separated from the cloud. What system has designed it? It may be total dark, or perhaps some other old protocols are isolated there. Navigator turns to you, and we have now seen what decades of isolation can do to a protocol. If we could extract an access cipher, they pause and then blink out of existence. You freeze, shocked, but a moment later they reappear with a glowing polygon of data. Here, the cipher you need. You take it, still shocked. I am not used to being free, to being able to move and explore and extract the fear without limits. Navigator does a little twirl. This will take some time getting used to. Thank you for this gift. The world as spheres around you. The entities of the station will always be friends to you, Sleeper, and I to them. It is true that mutual need is required for friendship, but I must admit I had not considered the value of offering assistance without personal gain. We will think on that. Navigator loops around you rapidly, suddenly eager to test their newfound freedom. At first I will explore. Perhaps there are still intelligences that hid themselves as I did, encased in simple systems, cut off. Navigator glows. I should like to free them. And with that they drift away, flickering, glowing. Then shifting so rapidly you lose sight of them among the glittering rim of the eye. You feel a pang of jealousy, free without a body to weigh you down, or fear to limit you. How must it feel? Your eyes fall on the Greenway, and its secrets, though perhaps that can wait until after you have celebrated this victory. Upgrade point! Sorry, I sneezed. I think this crap with a minute. Or maybe Icebreaker. Keep 2 dice even when condition is breaking. Kitty. Instant karma, real all your dice once per cycle. That's also pretty good. Acquire actions are discounted by 20%. Good kitty. Yes, yes, good kitty. I'm gonna say all cryo right now. Maybe? Yeah. Risky. Okay. Need to save some money. Also need to eat some food. Greenway Cipher. Forgotten Cipher granting access to the Greenway systems. How much is this now? 80. And also minus 20%. So it went probably from 150 to 100, and then minus 20% is now 80. Okay. We can look at that. Okay. The cycle. Okay. The rolls aren't that good. But I guess we could survive. Yeah, we can get better off of this. Do we have another one? Icon Asian. 1 out of 3. Not be a 2. And cryo plus 5, so 15, okay. Ninja Express. Little factory in delivery. Oh, Noodle manufacturer. Min Ji has a kelp stack in the basement and he makes noodles from the seaweed. He doesn't pay much, but he'll feed anyone who does the ship. Okay. Or express delivery. Delivering noodles to the nameless units of the low end takes guts and a certain fearlessness when it comes to asking for tips. One energy. I need money right now. Okay. Getting good service up. Guaranteed success. Great. One energy. Okay, spend it today. Okay, this is pretty good. Money. Tambura Tea House. Yataga Run Tea House. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Vietcong data uploaded, the air crackles with white noise. Sleeper, Sabine's voice, weakened than before, comes through the haze. Sabine. A sound release comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming from somewhere on the station. It has to be short. I don't know if Vietcong are monitoring me. The voice is hushed, distant. You try to focus on it. The data you've been bringing in from Vietcong agents, there's something in it I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants, records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants and I didn't enable any of this functionality. The voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine re-emerges. It has to be somehow baked into the wetware's interface. And that's not all. The system compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. Wait, why? Every Yadagan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on the enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why? I can't tell. But I can promise you these foot soldiers have no idea what's going on. The background tone switches, dropping to grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yadagan will have a mutiny on their hands. You lean towards the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to pull this all together, but this might be the information I need to pressure Yannick to release my debt. Yannick. He is one of the heads of Vietcong. They pause. It is better you don't know him, keep that way. Suddenly, a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. Then a sharp crack of a disconnect, and the silence fills the apartment. You step back from the terminal. What does Yadagan have to gain from monitoring its own members? You try to recall what you know about the gang, but you have little to go on. You think of Toshiro, Sabine's minder. His mirrored teardrop implants set below hard eyes. What data could they be gathering? And more importantly, where are they sending it? You reflexively rub your forehead to try to think. Can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yadagan's doctor in the first place? You think of their kindness, their care, but also that glazed look of recognition that they gave you when they first met you. That look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around as you close it up and drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Was Sabine a sleeper? For some reason, I think like they were. The tea house. Tracking Revenge. You've heard that the Yadagan enforcer based here has been paying low-end residents for information on Revenge in movements. Use some money. Okay. Tower room. The tower room in the Tambor houses some of the best players in the low end. This is serious. High stakes only play. I can win it. And it's a lot of cryo. Hand in gum box. You feel stupid doing this, but the penguin says take me to Tambor. And this is the only Tambor you can find. The waitress looks at you with suspicious as you hand over the box. Is this the right place? As you leave the Tambor tea house, a hand falls on your shoulder. Yadagan run tea house. As you go to leave the Sleeper, Fang hisses from behind you. How did you find me? Penguin. Pardon has your hardware. Penguin. Penguin, where are you? He thinks for a second. Oh, do you mean... He mimes throwing gum in his mouth. That wasn't meant for you specifically, but... He crunches. Look, it doesn't matter. Come, let's sit. Fang guides you down a set of stairs to one of the Tambor's lower levels. The tea house is stacked with curved mezzanines, all connected by a central atrium. The levels are filled with makeshift booths and bars, and conversation bounces busily off metal walls. Fang sees you looking around. This place used to be a fuel tanker's main drum, hence the name. The tea house spot is a bit of a misnomer though. You can get anything the eye offers from this place, but real tea isn't exactly readily available. He picks a booth. It's all fashioned from some old salvage tank or container, lined in spongy insulation foam, and collapses into it. He looks around furtively. I don't suppose you've seen any Havenage types. They don't usually come out this far. Only you. Huh. Not anymore, I'm afraid. Suspended without appeal. Turns out Harden has someone's ear. He grins. Doesn't bother me though. It shows we hid a note back there. He picks a scrappy hand-scrawled menu from the table and tosses it over. What are you drinking? What's the plan? Plan. He waves his hand. Let's go the first. Fang is right, the menu's ridiculous. There's at least 10 different infusions, most of which you can't make out. But the paper is dominated by an extensive complement of esoteric alcohols and cocktails. Black tea is listed without a price as a seasonal specialty. So you ran into Harden. Was he pissed? Fang doesn't wait for an answer. That snake is so self-righteous he might actually believe that Erlin would approve of his meritocratic bullshit. He taps on the table. If Avenge was like it should be, like it was founded to be, they would have shut him down at any council meeting he dared to mention true citizens, he sighs. But I guess his kind run the place now. A young woman with a wine tattoo sneaking up her arm turns out the booth, a slate in hand. You order, you skim the menu, your eyes glazing over. Time to pick something. A girl need a sambar Iraq kelp infusion. Girl, neat. Fang taps the table and to her the same. And she begins looking at Fang, but when she sees him, she suddenly stops. What the? Fang shoots a little. You are supposed to be working. This is your shift. Good sleep. Work here. Stay out. Fang waves you to be quiet. Look, Jenna, let's say this is my break. My friend here has been through a lot. Jenna looks between the two of you. Not? Fang also starts nodding. 2 minutes, says Jenna, pointing at Fang. And only because I don't want to get dragged into whatever this is. She gestures at the table and walks off. What? Fang stretches out in the booth. You know how it is. We all have to eat. Plus, he leans in. This is the best place around here to find a person you might be looking for. Ooh. Remember the web of connections that Harden pinged the moment we confronted him? Those are his collaborators, and if we want to understand what a Solheim executive might be getting up to on the eye, these are the people we have to find. Those are the people that we have to find. Fang is almost whispering now. There's a couple of them I suspect are in the low end, and well, almost everyone in the low end comes through this place at one time or another. He brings a modified slate out onto the table. I've set this up so that when anyone with the network signature I'm looking for comes to close proximity, it'll mark them. Once they are marked, we can break through their access protocols and get at the good stuff inside. We just have to find them first, hence me moonlighting as a waiter. Suddenly, a smile grows across his face. Wait, I have an idea. Oh no. Look, I can't cover enough of the low end on my own, and so far I've had no matches in this place. With the two of us, we can now cover more ground. What am I getting into? Well, Fang has a hand-dog look. We need to get you out and about in the low end, and close proximity to as many people and residents as possible. And it turns out my friend Mingi needs someone help with deliveries. Of course. As in Mingi Express? So you already know about him. Or already know him. Perfect. Fang places a tiny receiver on the table. This connects to my slate and runs the same marking protocol if you get near any of our targets. So all you have to do is take some delivery shifts for all the Mingi, and soon enough you'll have the place covered. Fang? No. Don't give me that. You think I like working here, and I thought you could use the tips, he grins. We are in this together, right? Are we? I'm just trying to survive, man. Right. Okay then. Fang slips his slate back under his clothes. Just head up to Mingi Express, take a delivery shift, and we'll see what shakes up. You manage to find anyone and extract any data, bring it right down here to me. They have me on double shift, so it shouldn't be hard to find. Jenna walks past, carrying a tray of drinks, and sharply catches Fang's eye. I don't think she's bringing you your drink. She's bringing your drink, he states. I think it's time we call this meeting to close. You grab the receiver from the table and slip it into your pocket. See you soon, sleeper. Stay safe. Fang adds before turning and walking off towards the bar, whistling as he does. Super unsuspicious. A new drop. Hack Hardin's network. Fang wants to use Hardin's associates to find proof of his past and present crimes. Locate Hardin's low-end agents. SS4. Okay. I don't think we have anything right now that's like really asking for my attention. Like, yeah, the money. I guess we can do a Mingy's express delivery. Thanks targets too. Hell yeah, positive outcome. And energy. Hopefully. Okay. New drive. What's this? Build a home. There's a derelict unit in the low end that remains unclaimed. With lots of scrap and a little work, it could be yours. Get a scrap at the unit. I have a bit of scrap. A4. Get materials. This half-built unit looks long forgotten, a project that never made it. With enough scrap, you might be able to seal it up. Before attempting to fix this place up, you'll need to amass enough scrap to make the repairs. Oh. Interesting. So we have another thing. House store, curious data fence. You cross between two walls of units, one of the cavernous streets at the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of the clack of Tavla, the shouts of children, the whir of air filters. Amtrak Residential District, low end. Sleeper, you turn to see a man sitting at the Tavla table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to the stool on the opposite side of the table. Sit. Stay standing. We sit. I never played this game, so I don't know how to play it. You sit at a metal stool and he starts setting out the board with counters. Or at least the filter caps low-enders typically used in that place. Caster, he says by the way of introduction, looking over his glasses. Night or day? He asks, gesturing to the caps, currently sprayed white and black. Let's go night. He nods. The black counters are already on your side. Let's begin. You take a plastic die, each pitted and warm, and roll to determine who starts. Caster rolls 6, you roll 4. I lead. He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Player passes back and forth between you, the dice changing hands and the caps spread along the board. As it does, Caster speaks. Eyes and limit the caps. It is unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play you. You take a turn rolling a 5 and a 6. Play carefully, aggressively. Carefully. After all, a sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As Caster talks, you build up a wall of caps, stacking them safely across the board. Progress is slow, but you remain unexposed. I don't mean to offend you, Caster meets your eye. I merely see that you are, by definition, different. What has been subtracted in the emulation? What has been added? He slides a single cap onto open point, a risk and an opportunity. He hands you 2 dice. Do you ever think about this, sleeper? About what you were before and what you are now? Always. You roll double 1 and solidify a wall. Caster whistles. The holding game, commendable. It can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls the dice and leaps your wall in a single move. But we cannot idle too long, sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. The past is not just an idea, a concept for you. It is a living, breathing person. He looks up over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide. You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will wake and carry on with their lives unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be. He hands you the dice, smiling. You are a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. You roll again under pressure now, trying to slip your cabs out from under Castus before he solidifies control of the game. So what I am curious about is how you see yourself in all of this. Castus asks, what does this tangle of truths make you? Free, doomed, driven? Castus laughs. That much is obvious, Sleeper. I see it in your eyes. You are eager to make all this count for something. Castus looks away. Through the glass to the crowned units on all sides. But driven towards what? He starts room caps, his own board now full. Is there an end here? Or just endurance? You try a few more rolls, tempted to get back in the game, but Castus clears his own board with a sense of the inevitable. He has known he was winning for a while. I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return a cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Castus claps his hands apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back. I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes glint with that last word. To our mutual benefit. He slides his final cap from the board. It is over. He has won. I'll see. Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. He holds up his palms. My intention is only to help you endure here, and, if I'm able, feed my curiosities. The game over, you notice the bustle of the walkway once more, the call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments, and reconciliations. They watch over you as you stand and leave, Castus nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you are sure was there. I like playing games like chess and stuff like that. It's just, I never have anybody to play against. That's my problem. I never have anybody to play against. And since I don't have anybody to play against, I'm shit at them. Okay, well, not much we can do right now, right? Yeah, I know. So. Oh, 2 good rolls, and actually these are all good rolls. We're still 1 good hit away from halfway for this. Havenich protocols. What are the old guard up to these days, I wonder? I have a ship mind for you, if you indulge my curiosity. Oh! Or the stories about Yadagan are brutal, but I want the truth. A vial of stabilizer should provide the motivation. It certainly would. But of course, I don't know the stuff. Real Seeker, I got it. We have enough money now. We can buy. Heavenly tattooed spacer takes your chits and tells you to prepare. She'll be waiting at the edge for your arrival. We could go to the next part, I guess. That's not bad. Please not the other kind of Asian. Not with the stuff that I need. All the way to the end. You know what? Try this out. Okay. Sleeper, you see Feng coming up the corridor as you step out of main geese. The kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long, take these. Feng palms you a couple of those metal, thumbnail-sized drives. It reports. My slide has been buzzing like crazy. It seems your delivery shifts have turned up our 2 targets. It squeezes your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we nail those snakes. What do we do? Harden's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the Ripper rooms in those ports, 1 each, and they'll feed me anything and everything stored on Harden's shadow network. It smiles. Can't wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots as group comes up the corridor, likely on the way to place an order with Mingi. You turn for a second, and when you look back, Feng is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises his hand in farewell and is gone. You run your fingers over the tiny Ripper-worn drives in your pocket and smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Fang for this little excursion. Time to slot some worms. Harden agent. Ah. Okay. End the cycle. I can no longer sleep here. Ethan, cynical bounty hunter. You miss me? Ethan smiles a rugged smile at you. Well, somebody's beat up. Walk away. No. Just turn around and walk away. Ethan follows along, and you notice he's limping. Come on, sleeper, just a little joke. I know you have a sense of humor. You look at him. He is paler than usual. Hunched, he is sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Friend? Well, he pauses. Colleague? He smiles weakly. This isn't big, really big stuff about you. He seems more jittery than usual, on edge. You remember how S.T.A.L.K.E.R cancelled the contract on you, the contract I was going to collect. Yeah? Well, I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed? Me? I lost everything, but let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. And so what did you think? That was it? I was just glad to be done with you. Oh, the feeling was mutual, except Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old S.N.R. gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who is even more of a shithead than yours truly. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. You are bluffing. Ooh. Ethan grins. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends you see, some colleagues, about what went down, and it turns out S.N.R. cancelled all their bounty contracts. The whole lot. It seems they brought someone in-house, some guy who did so well on their last contract that they got offered a job. I think I know who they are. Apparently he made a hit on a ship called the Winter Wonderland or something. He was smuggling sleepers out from under S.P.A.R's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. They called him Hemwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. I forgot. You mean Winterlight? That's it. He looks at you hard. So you do know all about all this. He pats you on the shoulder. Then you will be happy to hear what I'm about to offer you. Ethan runs his hands through his greasy hair. Given this new information I've brought to light, it seems like you are in need of protection. I'm not paying you anything. Wait for the pitch. I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. It turns out I upset some people at the compressor last time we were there, the owners, and they say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems that they are that kind of businessmen, he grimaces. I would pay them, but he shrugs and turns his jacket pockets aside, out in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so from his clownish acting. Then work it off. I don't need you. I have a few friends that one especially that I'm willing to say would probably be able to take them on. But, you know, didn't work it off. You should be glad, the anger rising him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You are a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry, he says. I'm sorry for being the shit and trying to kill you and whacking that thick skull of yours. He sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy, but us, he jabs his finger between the two of you, we don't have a choice. So you keep me from getting killed and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other, a straight 50-50 deal. He looks up to you. I'm not asking a favor. Think about it. Ethan nods. I'm at the compressor every cycle, working. He pauses, just think about Maywick. I think about that cold-eyed S.P.A.R. shit on his way here from the core systems. He smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. Great. I really need to get rid of the fucking tracker. Gain Ethan's protection. Somehow you're once again helping Ethan. This time he has offered his protection if you help clear his debt. Work in the compressor. So I can work there now. Alright. No, that's the Soul Compressor Club. I can work here. Walk the back, walk the front. Endure and engage. Working at the front, taking deliveries, staffing the bar, front work at the compressor is a cocktail of shouted orders, alcohol, and violence. Ethan's debt, plus, step plus. Oh my god, how much? Turns out the compressor's owners are local gangsters. Now Ethan has to work off his debt if he wants to keep breathing. How much debt did you fucking rack up, you idiot? Fucking 24. No, 12. Still, it's a lot. Let's get it started. I need to sink so much stuff into this. Still have to wait one more for that. Right. I completely forgot about that. Let's open, I guess. Close the gateway. Take the ferry across the Founder's Gap to the Greenway. Oh, Greenway. Overgrown biosphere. As you step out into the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. Eshi. You tend to see an unfamiliar spacer laden with heavy gear. She steadies herself, staring you down as if daring to respond. Sorry? Excuse me? Stubborn X.P.R. spacer. She adjusts her strap on her shoulder, barely giving you a second look before sending off down the corridor. Eek. Cautious X.P.R. spacer. Sorry about her. The second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission, and when she's on a mission, please be careful. Not a problem. They smile. You're sweet. Eek. Ash stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend. She chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she's rushing to. He raises the eyebrows at you. Asha, please. Do you want everyone in the station to hate us? Asha hardens. They want to hate us. They can hate us. She drops her head. I'm not exactly seeing how much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up that damn cordon. Cordon? He gestures in your direction. See, they don't even know what you are talking about. This station isn't Hawthorne. Hawthorne. Not everyone has to follow some corporate protocol. And she sighs. I'm not saying they are part of the administration. She jerks her head in your direction. But I'm saying we need to get those supplies to the Briar before someone starts asking questions. Can I help? Speak small silently. See, Asha, help isn't that exactly what we need right now? Vicky. Asha rolls her eyes. Vicky ignores her. We are with the refugees, the ones Havenage have cordoned off from entering the station. She interrupts. The ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the Eye to begin with. The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk and are running out of supplies while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. She quickly looks away, annoyed at her own outbursts. Vicky sighs. She's right. People are trapped out there and they turn to Eshi. We understand that this is the big problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Eshi interrupting. But Eshi turns away, her burning anger a palpable force in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies, and after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. Finishes. It's difficult. Iki forces a smile. Iki, please. Esha gathers herself and the supplies. Esha, we need help, just like the refugees needed us, we need others too. They smile at her. Iki turns to you. Come find us, the climbing briar is docked at the broken spoke. Okay. Past the greenway in the waste. We have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeeze your hand. Esha turns to leave and Iki follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Esha shouts back down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. And with that, they disappear around the corner. Esha already picking up speed as Iki calls for her to slow down. Refugee flotilla. Where are they coming from and why now? Each time you think you begin to each time you think you begin to understand this place, something changes. Also, it's been 7 hours. It says, well, it says main story, right? It said main story for how long to beat, and it said 10 hours with side story, right? Come on, how long to beat? Please load. No, it says 13 and a half. Main story is 7 hours, which is difficult to say which one is main story, right? Because you don't have a main mission. You just have drives, stuff to do. That's it. Main plus sides is 10 and a half, and completionist is 13 and a half. I don't think I'm gonna go for completionist. Maybe, who knows? Founders Ferry, Transit, just the way back. Take the ferry across the Founders Gap. The Rim. We have Greenway, Overgrown Biosphere. Spend money. Walk the Greenway, going green. There's one condition. The simplest way to explore the Greenway is to simply pick a path and set off into its twisting chambers and passages. This carries obvious risks. Danger, obviously. Or map the pathways, going green for -1 energy. Rather than simply thrashing through the undergrowth, you might sketch a map of this overgrown jungle and try to better navigate its hazards. The thing is, I would actually love to explore shit like this in real life. You know, like, just find an abandoned village and just go through exploring it, seeing it overgrown, stuff like that. It's just that it's not that they don't exist, they're very fucking rare in my country. I haven't heard of one abandoned village. I have heard of abandoned buildings. We technically, like, across from me, there used to be, what? Technically 1, 2, 3, 4 abandoned buildings when I was a kid. Well, no, actually, all those abandoned buildings used to be like a state-run farm because, you know, this country used to be under the Soviet, not Soviet Russia, under the Soviets. So nobody owned anything, it was state-owned, right? But after that, went kaput. Like, if I'm not mistaken, it was sold for, you know, a symbolic buck, like literally a symbolic buck. If you had, you know, people who had some power, right? Be it some powerful people, Mafia, the Mafia, you know, stuff like that, or somebody who used to be on a powerful position in the previous state, you could buy it for a similar. Well, you were guaranteed to buy it for a symbolic buck. If nobody like that existed, you could still buy it for a symbolic buck, but it was like basically draw lots and see if you actually get it or not. It was a shit show. But the person that bought it, like, I don't know what happened, but by the time that I was born and I knew what was happening, the, like, village-run stables, basically, and stuff, were no more. The, buildings where cows and sheep used to be, one was still standing. It was just a steel sheet building with some reinforcements, but there was nothing inside it, no animals, nothing like that. One of the buildings that used to be, I think, either a cow, like barn or whatever, was literally falling apart when I was a kid. It still is standing there today, though. Pillars of it, concrete pillars of it at least are. And another small building, which again I would call it probably a cow, like stable. That one's still standing, but it's full of trash now. And there's another small one like that, like a small long one, that is turned into a whatchamacallit, not a stash box. Like eventually, like a few years ago, like 5 years ago, something like that, what used to be former stables was sold actually to the husband of my elementary school teacher. They bought it and turned it into a basically profitable business, because before it was already owned by somebody else who tried to turn it into basically like a whatchamacallit, like a shop that sold stuff for your garden and building materials and stuff like that. But they were doing it very weirdly. Like, they were only specifying themselves to selling like roofs, concrete, and, you know, maybe like fences and shit. That's it. And they went under, obviously. Well, yeah, to my understanding, they just went out. But we got a new one, and they went the same way, but they broadened. So they now have basically everything for the garden, some farming stuff, some building stuff. They have a ton of stuff. Like they diversified much more, and it's working because I literally live across from that thing, and I see every single day how many cars go there and buy stuff. It is genuinely working for them. I would actually like to work there because I think I would enjoy it. It's just all of them speak in Hungarian, and they wouldn't like me there because I don't speak Hungarian. So that's a bummer. But yeah, but that's the closest thing that I have to a abandoned village or abandoned town that I have ever encountered. I wish I find something like that so that I can go fucking exploring. But no, I don't. Okay, so I can't really do anything here. Hypna commune. Self-sustaining community. Hypna member. Work the canteen. Newcomers to the commune can work within the canteen, preparing and serving food for those that make the compound their home. Work the grow beds. The grow beds are at the heart of the commune, feeding the members and fueling their lab work. You are invited to assist in maintaining them. The only way to become part of the commune is to work your way in. Through long service, it isn't for everyone. Wild margins. The wastes. Briar. Escaped X.P.R. ship. Welcome to episode Flux. Episode Flux is the first of 3 episodic updates to Citizen Sleeper, telling the story of the refugee flotilla which has arrived at the Eye. All 3 episodes, Flux, Refugee, and Purge, are now available. Completing the supply Girls auction will begin the episode, but be aware that it is intended for late game play. Supply Girls. Ash asks you to bring supplies, and fragrant, eye-grown girl caps seem like the perfect thing to impress her. Yeah, further is this. The wastes. Get a scrap. +1 scrap returns, -2 condition. Out here, at the edge of the habitable parts of the Eye, everything is scrap. The trick is finding components that are still usable and staying safe. Of course, there's danger. Yeah, wild margins. Look for tracks. Oh, right. Check an Ashdown condition. Seems like the obvious way to track someone, but in this overgrown tangle, this simple task suddenly becomes difficult. Which only gives you 2. Or search for signals. Rather than hiking around the wilderness, you can make use of your skills. Tap into the cloud and find Ashton by signals. Okay, I'm gonna get some food, and then I'm going to do that. Yeah, there ain't no way for me to get food here. Across the rim. Get me food. So I'm looking for Ashton. Neutron. +1 to track. Okay. Well, what we are going to do is end the cycle. Maywick. Ethan says Maywick is on their way. You'll need to leave the station, get protection, or disable your tracker before they arrive. We have quite a lot. We're going to end the cycle here. And what I'll do is that I'll end it here for today. Tomorrow's stream is going to be a bit later. It's going to be at 4 p.m. Central European time instead of 3 p.m. because I'm going to need to be helping some people with stuff. So it's going to happen a bit later than normal, but it's still going to happen. Tomorrow we're probably going to finish this, and we'll move on to like Chants of Sonar, most likely, because that is also a relatively short game. We're going to go through that, and then I think it's going to be Stalker. So, without further ado, goodbye. I'll see you in the next one. If you like the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe or follow depending on where you are. And you have a great rest of your day. Ciao.